One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do I hear a motion to set the agenda?
I move to set the agenda with the exception of the elimination of discussion item D.
I second it.
Okay, motion's been made by Jack, seconded by Chris. Discussion.
Let me explain why this is. A couple of reasons. One is that the board voted last month to adopt the 5-day-a-week calendar, and we decided that this would be reviewed at the end of either this calendar year or the beginning of the next calendar year to see what's going on. There's also an issue on reconsideration. If you look at Robert Rules of Order, there's a paragraph, in fact, it's paragraph 37-20 that essentially says, and I'll give Phyllis a copy, but it says an assembly, which in this case would be the board, within a limited time and within notice to bring back for further consideration a motion which has already been voted on. The purpose of the revision, considering a vote to permit a correction of hastily ill-advised error action, or to take into account added items that have changed the situation that has developed since taking the vote. So that's my concern about bringing it up at this point in time. It could be illegal, I don't know.
Anybody else?
I disagree, Dr. Schoonemeyer, because at our last board meeting, yes, we agreed to go with the 5-day because the 4-day wasn't ideal. So we went ahead and remained the same with the 5-day, but we also were discussing how to use ESSER 3 monies, particularly to buy extra buses to go to a single route, which could then go into a consideration to do a 4-day calendar. So this isn't discussing to adopt a 4-day calendar. This is just on the agenda to keep the discussion forward as we had discussed at the last meeting.
So let me make a clarification. Jack, you thought that it was to change our 5-day week to a 4-day week next year? Is that the clarification? Is that the way you took this?
No, I mean, we had discussed at the last meeting that we would review the 5-day either at the end of this calendar year or at the beginning of next calendar year and make whatever decision the board thought appropriate. What this looked like to me was basically a reconsideration of what we did, and I think that's where I think it's a mistake to do it at this point in time.
If I'm understanding Tammy correctly, she's saying that it's just to keep it in the forefront so that we don't get behind the 8 ball like we did in March, April, voting on a calendar. And you're saying that for the 22-23 school year?
Yeah.
That we're talking about?
That was what the discussion was
Correct.
about.
Right, and that's what you said, the 22-23 school
Correct.
year. You
Correct.
just wanted to keep it going so
Keep
we
it
could
going.
do our research correctly?
Correct. It'll help with further discussions when we get to ESSER 3 monies.
Okay,
Okay.
anybody else?
For me, I guess if we're going to keep it going, then it should be an equitable research effort for 5 and 4-day. So maybe we should just have it reworded every month for that, 22-23 calendar discussion. Instead of 4-day, because we are not committed to a 4-day. We're committed to the viability or seeking out whether it's something we can or cannot do.
Okay,
I agree.
And I think you made that clear, Sherry, in the last meeting. Well, when we approved it, you made it very clear that we were not saying that we were going to go to a 4-day next year, that we are going to do our due diligence and make sure that we have a fair process in place.
It was considering
Right.
all of the
So-
options. I don't think, however you call it, I don't think it needs to be on every meeting. I think that we want to be aware of any changes that occur.
Okay, any more? Call for the question?
Okay, see where my board members are, excuse me. Tammy Hooten,
No.
Jack Schindemeyer,
Yes.
Sherry Noyes,
No.
Sherry Wright,
No.
Cody Wells,
No.
Stacy Paul,
No.
and Chris, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
And I,
Okay, it's 2-4, so
doesn't this have to be, the agenda have to be unanimous or?
no,
It does need to be unanimous.
It does need to be- to change it.
To change the agenda.
to change it, but we're leaving it.
I understand.
So I will entertain another motion to accept the agenda.
I make a motion to accept the agenda as it sits before us. I second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Stacy. I would like to add something to the agenda. We have softball girls out there that would like to speak to us, and I would like to bring them in after the approval of minutes so that they may go home and do their studies. Is that approvable with the board?
Sure.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so would you amend your,
I amend my motion to approve the agenda as it's before us by bringing in our softball girls after we approve our minutes. I second it.
any more discussion? Call for the question?
Tammy Hooten,
Aye.
Jack Schindemeyer,
Aye.
Sherry Noyes,
Aye.
Sherry Wright,
Aye.
Cody Wells,
Aye.
Stacy Paul,
Aye.
and Chris Flaherty.
Okay, did you say after set the agenda? So we can bring them in now?
Minutes after approval.
Approval of the
Approval of the
minutes.
minutes, okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, do I hear a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So move.
Motion made by Chris, seconded by Tammy. Any discussion?
A lot of meetings.
Call for the question?
Tammy Hooten, Jack Schindemeyer,
Aye.
Sherry Noyes, Sherry Wright,
Aye.
Cody Wells,
Aye.
Stacy Paul,
Aye.
and Chris Flaherty.
Aye.
Okay, we have our softball girls coming in. Mr. Hopkins, did you have something to say?
Yes, Mr. Wright, I would just like to say I was contacted a few weeks ago with some interest about the girls softball team at the high school going back to the field at the middle school. And I was thrilled about it. I think the work that needs to be placed, there's a fair amount, but if that's the wishes of the board and the players, then I think it'd be great. So that's pretty much everything I have to say right now.
Could we have the girls introduce themselves and your grade?
I'm Olivia, I'm a sophomore at MCHS.
I'm Olivia, I'm also a sophomore at MCHS.
My name is Cole Jackson, I'm a junior.
I'm Raylan, I'm an 8th year at MCHS. I'm Riley Hickman, I'm an 8th year. I'm Tori Basin, I'm a junior at MCHS. My name's Bailey, I'm a junior at MCHS. I'm Dave Wilson, and I'm a junior at MCHS. I'm Keisha Tom, and I'm a freshman at MCHS.
Thank you. We are so happy to make that move so that you can have that field back. We have, actually, Ms. Noyes has been after us for years to get that back for you. So it's good that you have it.
You just to talk?
Do you want to talk? Do you have anything prepared?
I do.
Okay, then please speak.
My name is Susan Owen Mikes. I am an MCHS parent of that lady right down there on the end. Thank you very much for letting us be here with you today. We, this group of players and parents, and we're still going out to the hall and coach. Or we have a coach. Right?
How are you guys?
We want to thank you for the consideration of the spending resolution for the restoration of the field. It's a huge investment in not just these girls, but the girls coming behind them and our community as a whole. This team is a 3-year in a row state qualifying team. Not get to go last year because of COVID, but they ended up in year 16th in the state in our division. Of that team last year, we had 1 senior graduate. All of our 9 starters are coming back.
Good.
And their plan is to bring you home state title this year.
That's right.
And so that, it's hugely important for girls to be, female student athletes. Sports is really important to them. They are less likely to have risky behavior. They're more likely to matriculate high school, go to college. And I don't remember the number, but a great majority of the female CEOs in our world today were high school or college athletes. This is a huge investment, not just in these ladies, but the ones who are coming behind and watching. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Girls are the reason that I'm on this board, is to promote youth activities and education. Thank you.
And I have one thing to say. I know personally who that field is named after. And he's looking down on you with pride and joy right
Yes,
now.
I
And
agree.
he would be very proud of the young women that you are. He was a male coach, he was a female coach, and he loved his job of education and his coaching career. And he would be very proud of us.
I just want to say from a softball mother and baseball mother of alumni now, I support you girls wholeheartedly, all of our sport programs. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I would just like to thank the athletic department for giving us that field. When we transformed it several years back. Yeah, have a place.
8 years ago.
Yeah,
We moved it
several
back.
years
Yeah.
back, yeah.
Yeah, these girls need a home field.
Yeah, I agree. So thank you very much.
Working on baseball next.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Wikes. I'm a sophomore at MCSD. I want to thank you for the consideration of the expenditure on the Eagle Park field. We as players want to play on a field dedicated for softball, and every year we miss our home softball field at MCSD. There is not one regulation field in Montezuma County for softball. By making this investment, you will bring back that opportunity. And this will carry forward the many female student athletes. My dad actually played on the field when he was in high school, and I've heard many stories about knocking baseballs over the fence into the Burger King parking lot. When Eagle Hartfield was originally turned into a softball field, I look forward to playing on the same field as he did when I got to high school. However, I have not had the opportunity as an MCSD candidate. To get this field back would mean so much to all of us. Thank you for the consideration in investing in our.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for bringing it to us.
Oh, absolutely. It's the girls, it's the parents, and I couldn't agree more with Eagle Hartfield being reactivated to the ladies. When I was a principal at the middle school, I loved watching those games out there. Even some broken windshields sometimes. That's your field. I know it's great to see the entire board field that way. The superintendent, so. Good luck, girls. Bring
Good luck.
that state title.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure you'll have.
Thank you. So, Panther!
Yeah.
Hey, the next item on our agenda are celebration reports. Mr. Park?
Yeah, thank you, board. Thanks for having me here tonight. It's a little strange to be in this room.
Nice,
It's been a
again.
while.
Get used to it.
Yeah. I'm here with good news that what was once a proposal for a playground for both MCMS and
Thank you.
was a proposal for both MCMS and Louis Ariola is no longer a proposal, and now it is a project. We won our grant through the Colorado Health Foundation to the tune of roughly $700,000
Oh,
to build the two structures that you see on this worksheet before you. It is a pretty monumental event that we're going to see new playground equipment at Louis Ariola, and there'll be a new structure in place for the students at the middle school. This has been a year-long adventure, even more so actually. And there are some people that I want to acknowledge in this particular process. Obviously, Principal Pearson and myself have kind of been ancillary, and we've done the things that we needed to do, but the people that are really to credit for this are these ladies standing over here that had the audacity to think that they could turn a few $1,000s into a few $100,000 and get us new playground equipment, which is so incredibly expensive. So what that means for Louis is we'll be getting rid of the old, we'll be moving it, so it's no longer near the highway and no longer a safety issue. And that the middle school will have a great place for kids to get out those wiggles at middle school too, because we know that they don't go away just because they go from 5th grade to 6th grade. So these guys did so much footwork, so much effort to make this happen. They found the organization that would actually help them turn a small amount of money into a lot of money. And they also did the footwork afterwards to make sure that it happened. And we had a really aggressive timetable. We didn't actually meet with the consultants until, what was it, December? In December.
wow.
So it was December, between December and February, we had to get it all together. That included surveys, that included information from the schools. It included a lot of background stuff to go on. People had to come to our sites and look at them and see where we could put these things. And it was really an accelerated time frame, and it happened, and it's largely because of the efforts of these ladies. So, you know, I always say that the PTO of Louis Ariola is second to none, and some of the things that they do for us, which is amazing. But really, this just proves it. And you know, we're looking at a possible completion date around the end of August. So, I mean, that's how fast things go. So, you know. Good news for us, good news for everybody, I think. And, you know, again, I'd like to acknowledge the work that these ladies have done. Amber Rosenbaum. And with that, I'm going to make a shameless plug for the Main Food Bank. So, which is coming up here in a couple of weeks. So if you wouldn't mind passing over that. Okay, so that's the celebration that I have to share, and thank you very much for your time.
You know, and Jim is correct. It was like this inquiry to have this potential grant, and then all of a sudden it's like you need to sign and go into a partnership, and then all of a sudden it was like you need to sign to accept the grant. So he did a phenomenal job for our kids. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I must say, if you want anything done, you get the Louis Ariola PTO people involved. Those people can shake and move.
And I want to tell you, I've been promoting this and telling them to bring their checkbooks. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any more
Yes,
Okay.
actually, can I start?
You may start.
So I'd like to really highlight and celebrate our soccer girls that left today.
No, our volleyball.
Our volleyball, thank you. Volleyball girls that left today to go to state. So that's pretty exciting and it will be streamed through CHASA, I believe.
I think it's through the National High School Federation.
National High School Federation.
website. You have to buy that subscription. But yeah.
So, so we wish them well. CMAS testing, you'll be hearing more of an update on it later in the board meeting, but it will be completely completed this Friday, which is a celebration. And this one is representation of all the staff, and I really do want to acknowledge and thank the board for the 3% appreciation bonus for all staff last week. Because out of our calendar for this year is 166 days for elementary and 168 for secondary. And we were in-person learning for 141 of those days. So we were only remote for 24. And we are one of the few districts of this size across the state that can do that. So I'd just like to acknowledge everyone. Graduation is going to be next Thursday and we will have it at the Panther Stadium and we will actually be able to have an in-person graduation. So we're pretty excited about that. And then we're also celebrating some longevity with Phyllis, as you know, Phyllis, and I'm just going to say this, Phyllis will be retiring from the district. And she will also be having an 80th birthday party. So.
And that's not public information.
You heard that.
It's off the record.
Yes.
Is that it? Sure. Okay, does anybody else have any celebration reports? Hey, Tammy.
Yes, with that being said, Ms. Phyllis, the board really appreciates what you have done for our district, for our students, for our staff, and most importantly for us, the board. We're pretty demanding. We call you all the time. But thank you for everything that you've done for us. So a little token from us. All right, we do have a cake to celebrate you tonight too.
I've never been at a loss for words. This is my 49th year in education. And as you just learned, I'm 80 years old. My husband is 86. He's still horseback every day, managing 600 head. So I think it's just all important to keep going. I'm not sure what I'm going to do now. They've offered me a job to help me garden. But I really have enjoyed education. I've made a lot of friends. I've made a lot of lifelong friends, and I think really contributed to education. So it's going to be sad, but I think it's time to go. Thank you all.
There's plates.
Thank you. Turn that better?
Yeah.
Thank you. Where's my phone? Back over there? Back over there.
Oh, yeah, probably over here.
I went to get us a knife and different things.
You could send some of it to Rifle.
Yeah.
It's on its way.
You really are missing a good cake, by the way, Chris. I
Oh,
went
yes, I can tell.
It's beautiful.
Okay. Superintendent's report.
Well, good evening, board, and my report is included in your board packet. A few additions that I would like to just notify the board on, and then I'd be happy to address any concerns or questions the board may have. One of the things I would like to clarify is that with the calendar development this year, it was developed according to district policy. And I do have to commend and recognize the calendar committee that was made up of administrators and teachers, and that they did come up with the best calendar that we could potentially have with the 2 bus route, which I know that the bus route will be getting addressed with ESSER funds, but I do need to acknowledge and clarify that. Another clarification I'd like this to have for the audience is You will see some of us in masks and some of us not. This is a public building, so we're not enforcing masks for you. But the governor has enforced masks for our students and staff till the end of school. So the adults that you see tonight that do have staffs on, that masks on, are district employees. So obviously we have to model what we're asking our students to do and moving forward. Additions that I have is Jim Parr will be giving us an update on CMAS, but also on our online program. As you may remember, we were doing a needs assessment on how many students would and parents would elect to go online for this next year and what the criteria is for online. The Colorado Department of Education actually changed the criteria. So we will be discussing that tonight, as well as the number of students that we have confirmation at this point, which is leading us with a decision not to pursue it this year, but to have a planning year and moving forward later. So Jim will be presenting that to the board tonight. We're very excited about having a transition program for our special ed students age 18 through 21. This is very exciting because we've now have enough students that will be able to provide them support. And so this program will be housed out of the New Wings building next year. And the program itself will be ran by BOCES, but we're very excited to be able to offer this for our older Montezuma-Cortez high school students. I have been in contact with Dr. Vanderway, and you'll be voting on her contract tonight for the incoming superintendent. And I have to say that talking to her, it's the first time I've ever met her. I do feel like she's going to be a very, very good fit, not only for our district, but for our community as a whole. And so we are working on a transition plan, which I'll submit to the board for the transition in June. And then we have the 2021-22 preliminary budget that Kyle Archibek will be presenting. And I do have to, this is part of a celebration, as you will notice that our budget, our general fund budget is fiscally sound. We were, as a district, we weathered the pandemic very, very well. And that was just through very strategic budgeting and everyone in the district doing their due diligence. And then the ESSER funds is definitely a cause for celebration. And we will be also, during the discussion portion of the board meeting tonight, laying out the plan for the board consideration for the budget development to have that, the preliminary budget submitted prior to July 1st. And then also we will be having a discussion a little later in the board meeting, and it is on as an action item, is to change the salary category for our Director of Human Resource. What we are finding is, and as we know as a community and as a district as a whole, our salaries definitely are not competitive, but we're actually realizing how not competitive we are to get qualified applicants. And with the Human Resource Director, this is a real crucial position because this is a position that keeps the district out of litigation and has a very high level of responsibility. And even with the reauthorization of Title IX, I can tell you that Carol and I have been living in the Title IX category since it's been reauthorized. And it is going to be very technical to make sure that we represent the students, staff, and district appropriately. So I hope the board will consider the increase for that position. And with that, I'd like to address any questions or concerns the board may have at this time.
So will graduation, since that school is out at that point and it's an outdoor, will they have to wear masks?
No,
Okay.
no, not at all. It will be as normal as we can, but the traditions that we hold tightly.
So when you say normal, what we've seen in the past is normal pre-COVID? Or
Pre-COVID.
there would be limitation of how many graduates can have it as family members, we're not limiting family members to the program. It's just as,
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, we've always just done it if we have to move it inside.
Right.
Because
It's
of-
outside.
outside if it's pre-outside, then
Yeah.
we are.
It's
not-
my assumption it will not be limited if
Okay.
we're outside.
Good.
But they will have the tickets in case we have bad weather, but we'll
Like always.
definitely
Yeah,
be
sure.
hoping for
Okay,
outside graduation.
Me too.
yes, because it's fresh air.
Mm.
And I checked, it's only going to be 7-mile-per-hour winds. Just let you know, I've been there when that wind just looked like a son of a gun.
Yeah, that was a pre-COVID graduation. I felt so sorry for the girls that were going up on the stage in those high heels and the winds blowing and the
Yeah,
breezes
yeah.
blowing, so. And we're also making it through the end of school. A week from today will be the last day of school for all students, which is
I'm sure
pretty
they'll be happy.
amazing.
Any more questions? Jeanette?
I'd just like to say that I'd like to piggyback off from what Lori said about the end of school and how big of an accomplishment that is in the environment that you've all had to work in this year. It is exemplary.
Our teachers did a wonderful job.
Everybody.
Yes, but we could not have had school without our teachers, and I applaud them.
And actually, it was all staff that really.
Right.
The
Our custodians
stepped up,
pitched in, our
bus
parents
drivers
did.
stepped up, our
So I should have said staff.
nutrition, yeah, it truly was a district family of all staff
Yes.
that made it possible.
It was everybody working together.
Mhm.
Okay, Jeanette?
Good evening, board. First, I want to thank you for your recognition of staff last week, your district recognition of staff for staff appreciation. So I want to thank you for that. And then you have in your board packet information for the program adoption. We have the 6 through 12 ELA program adoption and the high school French program adoption. And followed the process of engaging the teacher teams at the schools. And we looked at what was working, what's not working, our demographic of students. And then if we felt like that there was a need for a change, which we did for all the program evaluations, looked at high quality, highly rated curriculum materials, and analyze those materials to see what was a good fit for our district. And so the recommendation is in your report of what we've selected for the middle school, the high school English, and high school French. So if there's any questions for that, I'd be glad to answer them. I also have Melissa Lycan here from the middle school. She's the lead teacher at the middle school. As well, if you have any additional questions.
Did we ever get the 7th grade curriculum?
We have it, well, the sample was missing, but we will get it.
Well, and I asked because I've had quite a few emails talking about that they didn't have access to look at the curriculum, and then when they did get access, there was no 7th grade curriculum.
Right, and those people that wanted that access, I informed them on how to get online to look at it.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say?
No, it looks good.
Thank you. We're excited to have this curriculum. Nothing was adopted last 7 years, but the standards have been updated and changed. There's more curriculum available now that's really high quality. So we're excited to have this in the middle school and the high school. And then the French for online.
And I'll tell you, this is no surprise to Jeanette, as I went into it because I taught language arts, and I was very concerned because my thing is grammar. I love grammar, and there's not a hard grammar in that.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Sherry, because I talked to Alyssa a little bit about that because we knew that was a concern. And one thing in talking with Alyssa and the department at the middle school is they are going to supplement the curriculum with some of the grammar things that they've been developing over the years in coordination with the high school and Paul Popes. And they're going to supplement that until our elementary kids have had a good foundation in some of the grammar and language skills. Some of those components have been missing from the last curriculum that we used. So they are going to supplement that.
Can they teach me how to pronounce French?
I'll get you in touch with Sonia.
Okay.
Jeanette, I have a question. You said it hasn't been adopted or any new curriculum for the last 7 years. How much of the standards has really changed to constitute a change now?
So 7 years ago, we reviewed, we did a program evaluation, but we didn't adopt anything then. So the standards first came out in 2010, and then they were reviewed in 2019 and updated. The English standards, in my looking at the English standards, of course, I haven't looked at every single grade, every single word, but they're essentially similar. And CDE had us do they put out materials for a crosswalk from the 2010 standards to the 2019 standards. There's not much difference in the English standards at all.
So the detriment of us not passing this would be what?
Well, that's a good question, because part of the problem that wasn't in existence 7 years ago is there's more teacher turnover. And with teacher turnover, people are coming in very inexperienced, and teachers are all creating their own curriculum based on the books that they like, and it changes from year to year. So we don't have a guaranteed and viable curriculum that we can share with parents, that the teachers know, that's aligned, 6 through 8, and also this aligns down to the elementary. So I don't know if you want to speak to that or not, but we've had some great conversations around that same question.
Yeah, as we bring in new teachers, we don't have anything to give them right now. And with teacher turnover and new teachers coming in, they often don't have a lot of experience. And so not only are we saying, come in and teach these students, but we're not going to give you anything to start with curriculum-wise. You have to build it yourself. And so there's just not a lot of alignment there. Everybody's doing what they want to do. And it's not always super high quality. And so this is a really great curriculum. And all of the English teachers have agreed and are on board with the idea. And so we'll have a lot of buy-in from teachers.
Thank you.
I have a question. Just listening to this conversation, you're saying that they teach stories. Are you talking novels, short stories?
Yeah.
Novels? Well, don't we, my ignorance, don't we have a set of classroom books that we just check out? And we've already approved it as the novels?
So can I answer that? We do have a lot of books. But in terms of how ELA is taught, all we have from the state is standards. So English standards, it's not that the state is telling you which books to teach and how to teach them anymore. It's just standards that say in 7th grade, a student needs to be able to identify a theme. They're very broad. And so we do have a lot of books, and teachers are able to choose which books they want to teach. But which books are taught in which classrooms and grades and how they're taught is not clear. And there's no guidance given to teachers on that.
Okay, I just thought that you'd have a set of 7th grade novels, a set of 8th grade novels, a set of 6th grade novels. Sorry, I was going on up to 9th.
Yeah.
So I guess I just assumed that it was better organized.
Yeah, and so if you notice, what we have, and Jeanette has it on her board report, is called Program Evaluation and Adoption. Because really the goal is for the students to be proficient at the grade level standards, and then what resources, kind of like what Alyssa was saying, are you going to choose in order to accomplish the standards for the students to learn. And so the teachers really go through what are we currently doing and where are the gaps. And then at that time, if there's any changes in the standards, and they address those too. And then they adopt what they feel is needed. So it's a very thorough and comprehensive process, because there is not a lot of guidance for teachers from the state level, and one textbook does not cover everything anymore.
Okay, so I thought I had all my questions answered now. So We're adopting a literature book,
No, we're adopting a curriculum.
a curriculum. So where do novels fit into this?
The curriculum uses the novels to teach the reading.
Do we already have the novels? Or do we have to buy the novels?
We'll have to buy the novels. We look, there might be one novel that we already have. You know, there's lots of novels out there.
There should be, yeah.
Yeah, so they could use the novels that they have, and I mean, those will still be useful for supplemental, for some of the intervention, you know, the fit time. So those could still be used as supplemental, but for this curriculum, we'll need to purchase the novels that the curriculum is developed off of.
So will the board be approving the novels?
That's part of the curriculum, yes.
But they weren't in, I didn't see the novels.
I didn't have those out. No, I didn't have those out.
Because
Yeah.
I just saying, I've seen some novels that they think's appropriate and I don't.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would like to see the novels.
But the teachers have ferreted out the
Can
knowledge.
can I jump in on that? Because that's one of the reasons that I think we really wanted a curriculum, is that the curriculum lays out very clearly which novels are read and which grades. And parents, board members, teachers, everyone will have access to that before the year even starts. And so it will give everyone a lot more choice and information on what is being taught in those classes. So even if the novels weren't set out with the curriculum, the curriculum clearly states which books are read at which times in the year. And it even shows how they're taught. So what conversations are had around those books and what supplemental materials are used instead of just a novel. And that really helps because the standards don't just deal with literature anymore. There is informational text, there is research, there are technological skills that are part of ELA standards now. And so just having novels doesn't actually fulfill the standards. You have to have a more comprehensive curriculum.
I understand that, but I guess I'll go back to when I taught years and years and years ago, way before probably you were born. We had a teacher teaching a novel and a parent complained about it. The principal pulled all the English teachers together and we reviewed it and it was not appropriate. And that's where my concern is. It was, he said because it was written about Colorado, then it was okay, but it truly was not. And I don't believe in banning books. I just believe in not doing that. So that was my concern.
And I appreciate that concern because that's why we're advocating for a set curriculum so that teachers don't independently select what they just think is the best.
Thank you.
And then, you know, this way it's been vetted, it's nationally, it's got the highest rating from edreports.org and Louisiana Department of Education, which both do a great job of thoroughly vetting curriculum. So that's what we're trying to avoid is teachers selecting their own novels and then they're not being appropriate. Thank you.
But at this time, we don't know what those novels are.
No,
Or
we
those
do.
books.
We do.
They're in the curriculum.
Yeah.
It clearly states what they are.
But they're not in
listed here
this.
for us.
No, they're not listed out.
Okay.
So I have a question too. So on page 8 of your packet that you set before us, the bullet that talks about each module builds knowledge in history, science, and visual arts, history of language arts or history of world.
They
United
take
States?
place sometimes in the historical context.
Because when the
Yeah.
literature was written.
Right, so one of them that I remember off the top of my head is Out of the Dust. And so that takes place during the Dust Bowl era. And so they use that's the historical context. They're not teaching history by any means. This is not teaching history. It's just that most literature books are set in some sort of historical setting or context, even if it's modern day. So that's where that comes in.
So it's a storyline, not a history.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying that.
Anybody else have questions? Chris?
I think it's having a set curriculum is a great benefit to the district, especially with what Ms. Allen stated with our teacher turnover rate. It gives a great tool for professional development. And I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Is there a timeline on adopting this?
I can actually answer this. In order to have the materials here in time for the beginning of school, we have to basically order them in the month of June.
In a month or two?
Yeah, no, in June.
In the month of June.
In the month of June, yeah, to ensure that we have them by the time school starts.
Will this come out of this year's budget or next year?
This will come out of this year's budget. We
So,
have it
and
budgeted
this year's budget ends June.
June 30th.
Well,
And
let me clarify. Normally what you want to do is you want to purchase and receive before June 30th, or else you're going to have receivables going into the next year.
Oh, okay,
So,
thank you.
and
Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
nice job, Jeanette.
Sorry about all the questions.
No, that's okay. That's why.
My biggest concern is that I just feel, and I've had a lot of people contact me, that they felt like they didn't get enough.
This needs to be when we vote on it.
Okay.
Okay. This is question time. Sorry. Okay, Carol.
Good evening, board. You received my board report and I don't really have a lot to add, but I do want to also join the chorus of folks that thank you for the 3% on behalf of the staff. And I want to acknowledge the staff that are leaving us and going on to other paths in their lives and just really thank them for the service that they've given, especially this last year. And really want to express thanks for the staff that are staying for next year as well. Other than that, I don't really have anything to add to my board report. Lori already highlighted the recommendation on the HR director, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
I was just curious if any of the vacancies have been filled or any more opened up. I mean, you said not really anything's changed, so is it pretty much the way it is? And
We received an updated consent or contract list.
Yeah.
Are you asking staff wise?
no, I'm just like in her vacancies in her report, like all of the vacancies that we still had, have they been? I mean, I can't really tell if they've
Yeah, I
been
think
filled or
it's
not
right.
from the consent or the.
How many do we have left to fill? Do you know?
That should be fairly up to date, that list that I have.
Okay.
Okay, yes, okay. That answer your question? Okay. Kyle.
Hey, board members, superintendent, I included in my board report the preliminary budget for 21-22, which we'll be covering later. I also included a little bit of information about a facilities master plan, which is also an item as an action item. And really just for everybody's information, a master plan is it's really something that involves a team effort involving school administration, staff, students, community, consultants with different disciplines spanning across education, planning, programming, architecture, engineering. And essentially what it does is it gives us an idea of what our facilities do look like, make sure they have a purpose and a plan for the future, and gives us kind of a forward-thinking plan on all of our facilities as a whole if we decide to apply for any state match funding. So that's all I have in my report. If there's any questions I can answer now, I'm here for questions, but we'll definitely get into the items later on.
So you're saying we have to have a master plan before we can apply to the state for grants?
I'm saying that's the recommendation.
Okay.
Best practice.
Great, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Jamie.
Good evening, Gordon. I also provided you a board report that will be brief. As you know, we have a couple HVAC bids that are on the agenda for possible approval. Dean Matthews is on the Zoom meeting, so feel free to ask questions when you get to that point. And the high school carpet update, we have a meeting next Friday with the start date, carpets coming in, and it looks like on the 14th of June, they're going to start putting new carpet down in many areas of this school. And then as far as Ingle Hartfield and the girls softball team, there's a capital reserve request coming to you tonight for approval for $20,000. I did talk to Mr. Archibald about when money is spent to bring it to the board to review, like we did with Cancer Stadium, and he would do that. And it's entirely possible there will be more money to do. It depends on the scope of work. I know that backstop is in bad shape. It's probably the stem wall next to the middle school needs some work also.
And do we still have the bleachers that we purchased?
Yes, we do. There are 2 sets in there and then maintenance yard and they will put those together this summer.
Good.
I was discouraged when we got those and they weren't using the field, so this is all good news.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but just a future cap reserve. Looking at the middle school's library carpet, it's really fringing on health and safety. So if
Yes.
we can really take a look at that. We've got either cap reserve money or rural funds money that we can use to replace that carpet.
Yeah, it looked bad at our last meeting.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, am I missing anybody? Oh, Mr. Farr, did you want to talk to us again?
Sure. Change hats and something different. Board, as we started this school year, I think everybody is aware of the state we were in with the pandemic and just what we had to do to provide education for all of the kids in our district. And how we responded to that was to employ some various programs that would facilitate online learning. And so as we have gone through the year, we've seen the pitfalls and some of the benefits of that, and we've worked through those things and tried to make it better. We've allocated resources and staff and a number of other things to improve that particular experience. But as we move towards the end of this year, it's time to kind of reassess whether online learning is a viable option for us going forward, or whether we need to look at something different, basically. So in doing that, we did a couple things. We surveyed parents to find some interest, figure out what the interest level is. And we also had secretaries and registrars at the school levels call parents of online students to kind of garner their interest as well. And this was students that are currently enrolled in online school or in online classes. And largely we were planning around the idea of having online school for grades 3 through 8 for next year. We felt that at the primary levels, not having those kids in person was not sufficient enough to build the foundation that they need. And so we were really trying to focus on the idea of having a 3 through 8 online program for next year, with the high school kind of working on something that they're already doing through the grants that they've received, the RISE grant and et cetera. So a couple of things have happened that we have given us pause, I guess you could say. So within our surveying and within our calling of parents that have currently been participating in online learning, our response was not particularly significant about those wanting to return to online learning. In fact, the small chart that you see on the sheet that I've given you highlights that out of the 250 plus families, we've had a very minimum return rates. And basically between all of our elementary schools and our middle school, we only had about 24 confirmed that they wanted to go online. Now we were projecting that if we were going to build at least workable online program for next year, that we would be looking at 25% of what we had this year, which would have given us, roughly, well, over 50 students at least for the 3-8 level. And as you can see, we only had, between our elementary schools and our middle school, we only had about 24 total commit to wanting to be online. That tells us one thing, that our kids need to be in school. We want them in person. And I think to a certain degree, that's a victory, because we feel like that's where we do our best work, is when they're sitting with us in person. But it also highlights that it's challenging to build a program going forward when you don't have much commitment to it. So in addition to that, CDE has basically told us that we can move forward in the same fashion this year as we did this last year with online learning, except they've added a list of assurances that we would have to meet. And within those assurances are a couple of things that are most challenging. One is the synchronous versus asynchronous learning. If we know synchronous learning is when you're literally in front of a teacher, live, it can be streamed, but you have that personal connection with a teacher. Our asynchronous learning is largely what we've experienced through this last year using Colorado Digital Learning Solutions. And we can definitely discuss or argue the merits of that at perhaps another time. But basically, the new assurances through the state don't allow us to use that particular type of program exclusively. It could be used supplementally, but we would have to be providing some synchronous instruction throughout the school year, which is not doable, but at the same time, it would be a monumental effort at this point to start building that capacity and trying to establish that program. So also within the CDE assurances are the number of days that students need to be in school, which it's not necessarily a challenge that we would have the kids in school. It's really the tracking of them and figuring out what constitutes a day. How can we record that? How can we make that information available for CDE? Because ultimately, what will happen in a couple of years down the road, and if Mark Knox were here to share this with us, he would tell you, yes, we're going to get audited, and they're going to want to know exactly where those kids are. And it would be a fairly monumental challenge to really justify how that works. Now, we could do it, sure, but given the time frame that we're in, given the fact that we have precious little demand at this point, I think everybody is looking forward to a more normal educational experience going forward. We have come to the conclusion that it probably isn't viable to have an online program for next year. I think we would like to continue to look at like blended learning models and continue to build our own capacity within so that we could offer things if it were necessary. But at this time, moving forward with an online program is probably not something that really makes sense. We would need to spend a lot of money and a lot of resources to get people ready, to get materials ready, equipment, everything that we would need to make something happen. And again, at this time, it's not looking like a viable option. So we have collectively decided that that is probably the direction that we're going to go. And you know, hopefully we don't have a continuation of any of the pandemic issues that we have seen throughout. But at this rate, you know, with only 24 total families confirming, for us to build a program, we would need at least one teacher per grade level at the elementary, and then we would need multiple teachers for content at the middle school. And really, you're running into numbers there that just don't make sense. So that's where we stand moving forward. If you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Just a couple of comments. Nice presentation. Yeah, I think it's challenging, to say the least, at the elementary school. I think it gets more valuable for middle and high school students. I mean, everything that I've read suggests that, and this is true in my own business, that there's going to be a lot more communication via Zoom, you know, the 24 different kind of ways you can do this. So I think that having some of these skills is really valuable as we move forward. Yeah, I agree with you. I get, you know, mixed responses from my grandchildren, and you know, most of them are now out of school because their parents weren't sure that it's safe, but it's a challenge. The other thing is, I think that, there's some, well, particularly in the area of languages, that we're simply not going to be able to find people to teach. So, I mean, some of that will have to be online or some kind of blended learning, which I think is the appropriate way to go. I mean, Chinese is the obvious example.
Yeah. Well, I do think that, the future has, kind of spoken to us a little bit here and said, hey, this is what education may look like going forward. But I do think that at this point, this is also a testament to how people feel about our in-person learning in this district and that they want to be in buildings. So I'll take that as a compliment in that direction.
The district will definitely be pursuing and looking at this moving forward, but this time with everything, we don't have the number of students to justify it, both program wise and physically. So now the high school will continue to offer their online courses that the high school's not able to provide. And then they'll also be working on the continuation and hybrid under the homegrown initiative. So.
And I think to that point, we probably have a pretty good test model right there. I mean, we can look at what happens there and start to possibly think about using that at other levels in the future. So.
And I'd just like to acknowledge the whole team that worked on this and having this comprehensive needs assessment. So thank you.
Welcome.
For the secretaries, the administrative assistants to make all those phone calls. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, there was a lot of
Tell them
focus
thank
to
you.
find out.
Tell them thank you.
All right, I'm going to switch hats again,
Oh.
if you don't mind, and talk about CMAS. As Lori said earlier, we are in the midst of CMAS testing and it should wrap up on Friday. At this point, we have 4 or 5 schools that have completed their testing and several that are still in progress. As we know, for this year, 11th grade science was canceled and was included as part of SAT, so we didn't have any CMAS taking place at the high school. Co-op assessments have been given as well during this period, so the alternative testing has also been taking place. I would just like to say, as we go through this, clearly, as far as coordination goes, this has been a highly unusual year. And yes, last year was unusual. We ran up right to the date before testing, and then we were all kicked out of school. So that was a little strange, but I think this year probably was even more so, just because literally we went into the testing window before the state and the feds had decided exactly what testing could look like for us for this year. And when the federal government signed that waiver, it kind of changed things for us. We were planning on doing it later in the test window, but with what the federal government approved, it made it that much more easy for us to do that. So we are, like I said, wrapping things up. We should be completed by the end of this week. I do want to say, give kudos to all of our district staff and that are participating in CMAS. Despite the fact that testing requirements have been in constant flux well into the testing window this year, and all accountability measures have been halted. We still have schools, we still have principals, assessment coordinators, teachers, and students all taking it very seriously and trying to do their absolute best. So, that's a testament to what goes on in the schools and just the attitude we have about assessment. I would love for in the future if we could have the assessment this late in the calendar, because it tends to mean a little bit more as we get at the end, as opposed to doing it in March, which is, leaves us almost a month and a half of school when the testing's finished. So thank you very much. That's what I have for everybody tonight.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay. Drew, did you have anything to say? Okay. Just giving you the opportunity. Nancy, would you like to do your presentation?
Well, I'm Nancy Dixon Shaw, and I'm a teacher at Kemper. And good evening, board. I want to, first of all, thank you for the 3% award that you gave to all staff for the unprecedented school year. And it is a team effort, and I know we all work together to promote the best education for our students. It is in that same vein that I'm here this evening. The subject is elementary teacher planning time and why it is so critical to the education of our students. Now that the 5-day calendar has been approved for the 2021-2022 school year, let's relook at the elementary hours. As it is now, the 5 to 11-year-olds are in school for 8 hours, walking in with the staff. That's correct, 8 hours, 7:20 to 3:10. The elementary teaching staff does not have adequate time to plan or get materials ready for students without also having students in their classrooms to supervise. And those of you who have small children, know you can't pretend that they're not there. You must engage, and rightly so. Why do you think the community sees educators' cars at the school way after the 8-hour school day and on weekends? It's to make up for the inadequate time for planning and looking at student work during the school day. And if you don't see those cars after an 8-hour day, it's because the teachers are taking the work home, or they now must have second jobs because our district's wages are not competitive. Yes, we have dedicated staff who care about giving the best education to our students, but enough is enough. We know that our district is looking at ways we can recruit and retain staff. One way that has not been thoroughly investigated is elementary planning. Even though the TEL surveys, which are the teaching and learning conditions in California state surveys, have listed it as a top priority, as well as our own most recent teacher perception survey, which was just taken in April, that teachers do not have enough planning time, and we as a district have not addressed it adequately. Our proposal this evening is to have a group to address this issue before school starts in August. One proposal is no elementary students on school grounds until 8 o'clock. Dismiss them at 3. That's 7 hours. Yes, we have looked at elementary required contract hours, and it's still more than the 990. Staff arrive at 7:30 to get their materials ready for all subjects without students in their rooms. 1 hour daily for planning. Students go to special classes such as music, PE, etc. And on the early release day, keep at least one of those Fridays a month for classroom teachers. We just started that this year, and we'd like to make sure it gets continued with no district or school agendas. We have brought this issue up now so that it can be thoroughly investigated before school starts in August. And thank you for your time. And I just hope that this can be addressed before school starts. I'll give you the information that I just read. And thank you for the time to be able to say this, because I know it means a lot to the staff that work with these children. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay. Board requests and reports. I'm just here to remind you that we'll have a meeting in Casby, we'll be having a meeting October 22nd and 23rd in Fort Collins. We need to make reservations soon if we want to get the discounted rates. And we'll be doing resolutions. If you have a resolution that you'd like to present to state, have them represented, and we need to be writing that at this time. What else? Is she ready? You ready?
I'm just getting her ready, so we're ready.
Okay. So, board, kind of put that in your calendar and keep it if you can. It's really interesting, and that's where we talk about what we're going to look at next year for our legalities and what we're going to be pushing. Tammy.
Good evening, board, staff members, and community. As you know, I sit on and represent this district at the state level as on our legislation resolution committee. I am bringing a presenter to us tonight to speak about the legislation to present to our legislators to regulate the high THC marijuana and discussing the harm it is causing our students. So I present to you Don Breinfield, who is one of the co-authors of this bill that has not been heard yet, but is going to be on the agenda to be heard at our state capitol.
Starting, I have to go to. Hi, sorry. Can I get my video to start and share the screen?
You should be able to share your screen.
You should have those capabilities done.
Okay, let's see. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me. I was wondering, I didn't have an agenda in front of me, so I thought that I had been forgotten. So thank you so much for having me today. I am with, our group is called Blue Rising Together, and we are working on this legislation to regulate high THC and just bring the awareness of the harms that it is causing to the legislature. So normally this presentation is often given by an addiction psychiatrist that we've been working with, Dr. Libby Stout. And basically what we've realized is a lot of people don't understand what's being sold. So commercialization has radically changed. So when we first legalized marijuana before the year 2000, THC potency was between 4 and 5%. Today, the THC potency in products like Shatter can exceed 90%. This is an image of a dabbing rig and a butane torch that you use to basically dab THC. So there's been a massive increase in potency of THC, and THC is the element that gets you high. So you can see here, like in the 1960s, in the Woodstock era, potency of THC in marijuana was very low. And honestly, it really wasn't dangerous. But over time and through legalization and the industry being able to hire botanists and scientists and have labs, they've been able to modify THC so that there has been an 800% increase since 2010. And multiple studies show there are very serious problems with this. It's causing addiction, psychosis, depression, anxiety, sleep problems, suicide, and violence. And so often, there's a myth that marijuana is not addictive. It is, very harmless. And that was true when the potency was below 5%. It is not true anymore. So we know that the more potent you make something, the more you increase the possibility for addiction. So like beer versus grain alcohol, a 3 milligram nicotine to like a 20 milligram vape. Opioids, think of codeine versus OxyContin. So it's considered that high potency is anything above 15% THC, and low potency is anything 5% or below. And this is what people originally voted to legalize, which was below 5% or below. So many of you may know that in the Netherlands, they have a pretty high tolerance for substances. They have pot cafes. The Dutch realized at some point that THC potency above 15% should be considered a hard drug like cocaine or heroin. And they noticed this is a very long study that they did, that they began to notice that as the potency rose, so there was a little bit of a lag time, and then so did the entry for treatment on cannabis. So most products available in Colorado, both medical and recreational dispensaries, contain greater than 15% THC. So basically here you can see in the medical side, 89.42% of what's being sold is greater than 15%, and it's a teeny bit higher on the recreational side. And the problem with this is that there is absolutely no research around the world that supports high potency THC concentrates like dabs, wax shatter, or hash oil are safe or effective for treatment of any medically diagnosed condition. So concentrates are not all natural. First of all, like as you'll see in a few minutes in our presentation, so often when the press reports on marijuana, even the concerns about high THC, they're showing these beautiful green leafy plants. And that's really not the majority of what's being sold in Colorado. In fact, the 69.4% of what's being sold is high concentrates. So here's an example. So this is a bag of shatter. This bag was actually confiscated by one of the moms working with us on this. It was her 14-year-old son had this. You could see here it says it's Scooby Snacks flavored. It has butane and propane as solvents, and it is almost 76% THC. Right here, there's a disclaimer on the package, and we blew up that disclaimer so people could read it. And it says, now, mind you, this is for sale. This bag of shatter is for sale in a medical shop and a recreational shop. This bag of shatter can be purchased by 18-year-olds with med cards that are still living at home, still under their parents' insurance, and their parents won't even know. It says, in the industry's own words, there may be long-term physical or mental health risks from the use of marijuana, including additional risks for women who may become pregnant or breastfeeding. This product was produced without regulatory oversight for health, safety, or efficacy. That seems problematic to us. So in Colorado, 6.1% of marijuana users are purchasing 75.7% of the products. And this is coming from the Colorado's own marijuana enforcement division. So basically, here's the amount of people that use 26 plus days per month, and the ones that use 21 to 25 days per month. So that is 75.7% of people are using daily or near daily. And it's only, actually, so I'm sorry, 6.1% of the users are purchasing almost 76% of the product. It is clear that this is an industry that's profiting from addiction from these two groups. So the other thing that's been very interesting, and this is what we're most concerned about, is, so this is from the Marijuana Enforcement Division, the patient registry. This group, the small light green, these are 0 to 17-year-olds whose parents have gotten them medical marijuana cards. These are people who have seizures, their kids have seizures or possibly cancer. And these are very low numbers. The parents are supervising this. And like here, there's 265 in this age group. But then miraculously, from the 18 to 20-year-olds, this number jumps to almost 4,000 18 to 20-year-olds have cards. 83% of medical card holders 18 to 20 years old report that they have severe pain. And that is the reason for their medical card. And that seems to us like pretty, it's hard to believe that 83% of these 18 to 20-year-olds have severe pain. This is an advertisement in one of the Boulder local newspapers for someone to get a medical card for their doctor's appointment. They advertise it for patients 18 years or older. They can save on money on products and taxes. We had a friend of mine actually got her med card, and she videotaped it so we could see what the appointment was like. And it was over the phone. and it was 3 minutes long. And the portion of the conversation of her appointment that was about her back pain was 45 seconds. And she was given a card, and she's an adult, but she was given a card with no suggestions on what to take, any warnings about it, nothing. So in Colorado, 18 to 25-year-olds are at the highest risk. They are the highest marijuana consuming population in the state. It's almost double the national average for the daily marijuana use. 1 in 3 are consuming marijuana, 1 in 7 are consuming it daily, and 1 in 20 are driving after use. And right now, people with a medical card, you can buy twice as much than you could buy on the recreational side. There's significantly lower taxes, and the doctor doesn't give you a recommendation of any kind about what you should be taking, what the potency should be, and what's safe to take. And the way our system is set up, you can purchase your maximum amount, which is say 2 ounces. It's actually 40 grams of concentrates. And an 18-year-old can purchase 40 grams, which is 40 bags of shatter, from every dispensary they go to in one day. There's no stopping going from dispensary to dispensary, even though you're not legally allowed to. So there is some medical benefit for pain relief from THC. A study of healthy volunteers on cannabis had people volunteer to have capsaicin, which is what's in hot peppers, injected into their veins, and which sounds super painful. 2%, at 2% THC, there was no pain benefit. At 4%, it provided significant pain decrease. And at 8%, it actually caused an increase in pain. So here is what we are talking about how things have changed. This certainly does not look like a plant. This is an oil. This is some sort of a resin. It's called a frozen fresh live resin. This is a dabbing rig where it's basically a crack pipe, and you put the hard substance like this shatter, which is a concentrate that's made into an amber glass. And you put a piece of it into a dabbing rig over here, and then you heat it with a butane torch. This is a vape pen. These are some of the concentrates that you dab with, and this is wax. And there has been a significant increase in youth that are using marijuana. At least 50% of them are using concentrates. So here's some more products. These are bath bombs that are 45% THC. One of our lobbyists working on this went to a pot shop and purchased these, and she told the bud tender that she was breastfeeding, and he recommended relaxing baths with 45% THC bath bombs. There's no research that shows that this is safe, that it's safe to lay in a bathtub of 45% THC. This is a 1,000 milligram cookie. This is an anal suppository of high THC, and they also have vaginal suppositories. This is a bag of shatter that, like I showed you before, but this is Girl Scout cookie flavored. They actually also have like Pineapple Express or birthday cake flavor. And then this is more shatter. There's very dangerous regulatory gaps. We have no limits on THC potency or standard serving sizes. And there's no meaningful limits on the products that appeal to kids and the flavors. I mean, who is birthday cake flavored shatter targeted at? And so what we are seeing is that high potency THC is hurting Coloradans. So in last September, the governor released a behavioral health blueprint addressing that we do have a behavioral health crisis. We have the 7th highest suicide rate in the nation. And in this entire blueprint, there was not one mention of the role that high THC might be playing in this crisis. So there was a study that it's actually done every 2 years in the Lancet Journal, and it analyzed 780 people ages 18 to 65, 410 with their first episode of psychosis, and 370 healthy individuals. And what they realized that high potency THC tripled your risk for psychosis. And if you use it daily, it's a 5 times increase for psychosis. And psychosis is like, you forget who you are. You're not attached to reality anymore. Often you think that people are following you, or the FBI is after you, or the water is poisoned. Cannabis use disorder is increasingly associated with suicide and suicide attempts among veterans. Here is a study of 3,200 veterans, a cross-sectional multi-site study done by the VA. And what they concluded was cannabis use disorder significantly was associated with both current suicidal ideation and lifetime history of suicide. And this is something that we feel really strongly we have to start talking about in Colorado. One of the things we did over the last few months is we drilled down into the teen suicide data. And when you look on the Colorado Public Health, the Department of Public Health violent death reporting system, and you go and you drill down to the 15 to 19-year-olds, the last year that they have the available data, 36.7 of the 15 to 19-year-olds that died by suicide in Colorado had marijuana in their system. That is compared to 16.3 for alcohol. It's going to kind of move through some of these faster. Another conditions that emergency rooms are seeing at a very growing rate is cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. And this is basically uncontrolled cyclic vomiting. In fact, teenagers often call it greening out. And basically, you are in so much pain and you can't stop vomiting that they've coined the term scromiting, because people come into the emergency room screaming and vomiting. And when this first started, doctors had no idea what was causing it. And now they've become much more accustomed to seeing it, but it's extremely expensive to treat. I have a friend whose son had this, and she said every time they went to the emergency room, it was about $8,000. And the only solution is to quit using cannabis. And finally, actually, I have to update this. The 2020 data came out and it's even worse. Marijuana has not decreased opioid overdose deaths in Colorado. If anything, we just had the worst year yet for opioid death in Colorado. So here in 2011 was when marijuana was commercialized, and the Obama administration had said they wouldn't, go into states and go after their legal marijuana. So, and you can see that all of these things have just skyrocketed. And last March, a study came out that talked about the first use of marijuana before the age of 18 has the highest contribution to opiate use disorder, a much higher contribution compared to early initiation of alcohol. So we believe that we are here at this moment in Colorado. We have an industry that is saying that marijuana is not addictive, that it's not causing the harms that we are seeing across our state. And we believe that there are large regulatory gaps that need to be addressed to keep up with the change in products. Most of the time, parents tell us, like, this is not what I thought I was voting for. And so we are seeking with our legislation to, here, I can stop sharing now. But we are seeking with our legislation to rein in some of different aspects and have our regulatory framework catch up to the products that are being sold. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I can talk more broadly about the bill that we will likely have introduced in later this week and have its first hearing next week. But I know that was a lot of information and I apologize for throwing all that information on you.
No way we can get that emailed to us.
Yes, Don, you should be able to email that presentation to us, correct?
Yes, I can send that to you. Probably tomorrow I can send it to you.
That'll be great. That way I can push it out to our board members and it'll help with some community conversations and ourselves as well. Don, thank you. And what you are looking for from boards and our district, could you speak just a little bit briefly about that, particularly around our school nurses?
Oh, yes, exactly. So one of the things, so we are, in a very much a David and Goliath situation. We are calling to the industry to be held responsible for the harms that are being caused. We have a lot of families working with us, some whose kids have died by suicide because they thought the FBI was after them. Some who have psychosis, who had psychosis for a brief time, and then some who have psychosis even a few years after being sober, and also it causing pretty severe addiction and depression. And so we are looking and have met with lots of different school boards and school districts, basically to ask the communities to stand with us for the public health. We have started talking directly to school nurses, and it's funny, we've been doing this for over a year, and I would say 6 or 8 months very seriously having meetings like this. And it took us that time to realize how much the school nurses were seeing on the ground, and that they are really have been the best ones to talk about what's truly happening and kind of help wake communities up to what most people don't know is happening until their child goes off the rails. And the schools that we are talking to are reporting that they're seeing these issues, starting in 7th and 8th grade. It's very easy for 18-year-olds to get medical cards, and we believe that is what is finding its way into our schools. So the bill that we are looking to do will tighten up the medical side of marijuana sales, make it, I would say, I don't know if harder is the right word, but make it more precise for who really needs a medical card at 18 and understand and educate the people who are getting the cards and parents about what is really being sold and what their true dangers are. And then we are looking to kind of have doctors have to suggest and authorize what people can take and what is safe to take. And we are also going to collect data from emergency rooms for intake about who's going in and what is happening with what marijuana impacts they are seeing. We're going to require toxicology for all suicides and non-accidental deaths under the age of 25. And we believe we just need to collect this data. We need to address potency. Our legislation is looking to address the need to cap potency as well to a safe level.
Don, a couple of just quick questions. One is the data that you're talking about is from the legal sale of marijuana, is that right?
Yes, these are, well, yes, it's the legal sale, But what is finding its way into our school is being purchased legally by 18 to 20-year-olds, but it's being given out to kids or sold to kids, and that part is illegal. But yes, it's the legal market.
Any idea of how much illegal the market is?
So we've met a lot with the Drug Enforcement Agency, and they basically have said that the black market in Colorado is worse than it has ever been. And that a lot of that is being driven by the potency, because the high potency products are so valuable. So most of what we've been told is in the black market is from legal dispensaries. So one of the things our bill seeks to do is to stop the practice of looping, which is when somebody, it could be a minor or not a minor, has a medical card and they go into a dispensary and they buy their full daily limit, which is supposed to just be their daily limit total. But because there's no tracking mechanism, like say you can't go buy Sudafed into Targets, there's no tracking mechanism. So someone can literally buy their max in one store, go 5 blocks away, buy their max in another store, and so on and so on. And that is also what is the Drug Enforcement Agency has told us is fueling the black market.
Several years ago, there was in fact, I think it was a police officer told me of some interaction with 18 to 25-year-old kids. And there was a physician that if you went in and said you had a bad back, you could get, essentially any kind of prescription that you wanted. And it doesn't seem like that there should be a huge percentage of kids or adults that age with bad backs.
Exactly. That's pretty much what we think too. And most legislators believe that to be the case as well.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Don, and I'll look forward to that email soon.
Awesome. Oh, and then one more thing, let me just tell you the timeline. So we are likely to introduce our bill this Thursday or Friday afternoon at the state capitol. And then we believe our first hearing will be next week, likely Wednesday afternoon. And if anyone from your district would like to support us, or if you talk to any of the school nurses or interventionists or any parents, we would love for them to join us to, we know that this is happening in all communities across Colorado, both rural and urban and suburban and everything. And so the broader our coalition is, the better for passing this.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
So Tammy, you're going to keep track of this?
I will keep track of this. I'll stay in contact with Dawn. I have the venue to track the bills. So once she presents it, we'll have a labeled bill, HP, whatever. And that just means House bill or there, or it's a Senate bill. But I'll keep track of that and keep everybody informed because this is huge.
Is Matt and Casby on board with this?
Matt and Casby, we're supporting it.
Okay. I'll double check my stuff. Okay, folks, this is what everybody's been waiting for. This is the time that the community will address the board. Remember, it's going to be 3 minutes, and I will call you from this list. Kyle, would you give me the next list, please? And I'll call your name and it'll come in the order that you signed. So I ask you very kindly that after you did your little talk, to please exit the room so more people can come in. Okay? And please try not to repeat because it's been a long night already. I'm sorry?
Are we just like, they can look as a complete list of.
I've got.
Yeah, that was the last one. Yeah,
Um,
that was the last one.
Understand, oh, we've got it right here.
Yeah.
When the buzzer rings, you'll need to close. This is not on our agenda. It has never been on our agenda. I do not know who started the rumor that it was on our agenda. It's never even been discussed to be put on our agenda. So be free to talk. The board will not respond. We will listen to you. We will hear you. We will probably be taking notes. And that we will refer back to that at the time that we do open this discussion, okay? And let me tell you, we post this agenda 48 hours before our meetings. Yes, sir?
How many sheets thank you, Board President?
Oh, I've got them all. I've
Is it-
got several.
Okay, okay. Just wanna make sure.
So watch the agenda, so you'll know what's coming on and you won't be suckered into spending a whole evening with us. But thank you. I have enjoyed having a group of people here to see what we do. So my next person is, I would say Mindy.
Oh. So I just, right here.
Wherever you want to be.
Okay. It personally infuriates me for everyone to add confusion to a child who already struggles with the challenges of body and emotional changes. It's a challenging time in the most normal of circumstances. I beg you to stop this Rainbow Club lunch bunch. There was a Zoom meeting with your Pearson. It was proven that he was either lying or he's confused with what is going on with this group in our schools. He did not acknowledge the group as the Rainbow Club, but when he finally sent the attachment of the permission slip that had been asked for numerous times, he asked it that it was addressed as the Rainbow Club. Since the topic has been brought up in the Four Corners Free Press, it is now being called the Lunch Bunch. Being said, the club has been going on for 4 years. It has been stated that they must have a permission slip with the child for the child to attend. They have not been able to provide a permission slip till just recently when we have asked for transparency. It has been stated by a seventh grader, their male teacher has brought up a conversation in class for children joining this group by asking, do your parents argue? Do you feel you can't talk to your parents? Join this group, find your safe spot. Shouldn't the whole school be a safe spot? The superintendent even wrote in a letter downplaying this club, stating there is no Rainbow Club in Cortez. She stated Google search states there is Rainbow Club in Durango. Drew mentioned they do have speakers coming in and leading the students. How can they be if it's led by the students? He said these meetings are being held after school across the street in 10. Then it's mentioned that they are being held in recess during lunch. He said they are going to look into what's coming in from the outside. How come that hasn't already been addressed? Why is the St. Barnabas Church leading this group in these schools bringing in pizzas? If the St. Barnabas Episcopal Church wants to counsel the kids, they should hold it at the church, not in our schools. This club is supposed to be targeted against suicide. Nothing mentioned of smartphones or pot are going on with the kids. Main problem, it's supposedly being redirected by the LGBTQ to be a bully group. Looks like they are trying to backstep. Please do your research. I have, and that's why I'm actively saying no, not here, not now, not ever, not our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Manette Ward.
Hey guys, trying not to repeat, but it is the school's job to teach our children reading, writing, math, ethical history, ethical English, science, and health. It is not your job to teach our children sexuality, hate, racism, or political beliefs. It's also up to the schools and the school board to provide us total transparency and not withhold information from us parents, and to provide a safe place for all students, not just a group, not a segregated group. Embracing the Rainbow group has forced you guys to fail in all of these aspects. You're now segregating our children, teaching them discrimination and to hate each other. You've created a group that secretly violates our constitutional rights as parents. You're introducing BLM curriculum and political propaganda, which both are unconstitutional and illegal. It has created a potentially high risk factor for our children by allowing children to be bribed with money and pizza, which isn't teaching or supporting, it's grooming. It has opened the doors to our school to non-parental, non-screened, non-approved individuals to enter our schools as guest and delivery people. A four-year-old group, no permission slips until this year. To date, no parent participation, along with all the secrets, lies, and the desires to keep the meetings unpublished. We want to know what's next. Are they going to secretly start teaching our children no maps, and pair? That they are acceptable preferences. St. Barnabas is secretly circulating letters while claiming they are passionate about this group. We'll let them sponsor it. Let them open their church doors and host the pizza parties and meetings. Make them responsible. Take it out of your ballpark. In closing, the parents also want you to obtain the 9 representatives and the parent-approved curriculum to fulfill the obligations of HB 1032 in our health class. Remember, these are our children, not your children to do what you want with them.
Thank you. Sharon?
I'm going to start with a prayer. This is something that I need to do. I'm going to use part of my time with that. You can join me if you want to. I'm going to read it. A little nervous. Almighty and holy God, we thank you for your freedoms to gather here. We praise your name and ask for the guidance. We pray that all decisions made here are centered around your will. We ask that you protect our children, that we ask the Holy Spirit to bring the light into the darkness. We give you all the glory, Lord. And we pray that thy will be done here and always. In the name of the Lord Jesus, our Redeemer, we pray amen. I heard some laughing in the hall. I hope they don't continue to do that. It's really very serious to me and to most of these parents that are in here. When an 11-and-a-half-year-old child comes home from school and tells you that they are identifying as a pangender, and they can tell you what the meaning and definition of that is, they cannot tell you what the meaning of an adverb or adjective is. There's something sincerely wrong with what they're learning at school. No matter what well-intentions adults believe, LGBTQ acceptance programs are designed to encourage children to question their identity. This message ultimately entails an agenda that hurts the kids. The message it sends does nothing to combat the tragically high suicide rates, but the data does show that it puts them at a higher risk for being bullied when they identify as trans or gay at a young age. My research led me to discover that it was the teachers, while in class, that encouraged the kids to go to these club, rainbow club, lunch bunch, whatever you want to call it. It's also the teachers who are using themselves as role models and a tool to influence these kids. This is hurting our children and stealing their childhood. It doesn't belong in our education system. I witnessed a group of kids with masks on and social distancing in a park. I saw how easily they were influenced, and it was heartbreaking when children are not even vulnerable to the COVID, but they learn this in less than 1 year. Imagine the impact of grooming to question your own identity and what possible lifelong effects that this can have. This does not belong in the school. As a parent, a grandparent, and a great-grandparent, I'm here to ask you to look into this. There's a lot of research on the internet to tell you about the harms of this it does to our children. Protect their tender minds. Thank you.
Thank you. I have asked you that after you speak to leave so other people can come in. So I'm not trying to kick you out. You're welcome to stand at the door and listen. We just need to make room for other people. The next person is Karen Kelly. Karen Kelly.
Could be out in the hall.
Yeah, can someone follow?
I can do it.
Thank you.
Please, guys. Is there a Karen Kelly?
Here she left.
She left, okay. Jim, I can't read.
Jim Parr, you want to say?
No. That's you, okay.
That's me. Yeah, Jim Square. Hi, I just want to say I'm in favor of the Rainbow Club, and I hope that the board will take the time to publish for everybody's information what is fact, what is rumor, what are wild allegations, and that you can inform the community what's actually going on. And I'm not understanding correctly, but is this an after-school club? It's not something that's taught in the curriculum, like several people were alluding to tonight. That teachers are teaching kids various things. So I would just urge the board to find out what's going on and publish actually what's happening, so that, you know, rumors and accusations are not fomented within the community. I'd like to read about that in the paper someday. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Jay Hugh. Jay Hugh?
It's me.
Oh, okay.
It's Huff, actually, but yeah,
It's what?
it's Huff.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right, so to the school board members not wearing masks, there's a sign outside the door that requested you wear masks, and yet you have chosen not to. That's fine, it's your choice. I just want you to keep that in mind while I speak, because I'll come back to it. Mission of our district is every student, every day, and your mission statement says it's kids first. In your board vision statement, as the core of our community, we set the standard for inspiring, equipping, and empowering diverse learners in Montezuma-Cortez School District. Enhancing safety, morale, and wellness. Board's core driving values: respect for all, honesty, accessibility. All of this being at the forefront, how would removing clubs from the school accomplish these stated goals? And the driving core value of honesty, what is the board's justification for the discussion behind removing these school clubs? If you are a school board member that cannot separate their personal or religiously held beliefs regarding LGBTQIA+ folks, or if you're a school board member without a backbone being unduly influenced by the members of the community with clearly biased and bigoted viewpoints that are resulting in the targeting of a specific lunch group, I invite you to resign immediately, because you are violating your oath that you took as the school board member. Now back to the masks. If we parents with children in the district can't get you to follow a simple posted instruction that is required by the students, the staff, and the administration, how are we to trust you to abide by the vision statement, your mission statement, your focus areas, or your core driving values, which are all written down? Are you just going to look at them and just do whatever you want? I also want to say that a Gay Straight Alliance Club or a lunch bunch is important for kids in middle school as well as high school. Because kids, so the Trevor Project reports that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer students are 5 times more likely to have attempted suicide. And we're doing the kids a disservice by waiting until high school, because when kids figure out who they are, a lot of times that could be at the age of 10. Because that's when a lot of kids develop crushes on other children, whether it's straight or LGBTQ. So I guess my time's up.
Thank you. Next one is Lance McDaniels.
I'd like Annie to go ahead and speak.
I'm sorry?
I would prefer if Annie went ahead and spoke in my place, because she's got the facts.
Okay. What's your name?
Danny Cedar, I'm further down on the list.
Okay, I just want to get your name crossed off, so go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm a member of Montezuma Pride. I'm here to share factual information with you all about the school clubs for LGBTQ+ students and their allies that have been discussed earlier in the meeting. Montezuma Youth Pride is a local organization with fiscal sponsorship from St. Barnabas Church. It supports lunch clubs for LGBTQ+ students and their allies at CMS, SWOS, and MCHS. These clubs require no budgetary support from RE1 schools. All clubs have at least one teacher or staff member present as a sponsor, and community volunteers do assist with some of the clubs. Community volunteers undergo an application, background check, and reference check process and receive extensive training, including child abuse prevention training and training in suicide prevention and mental health support for youth. They also complete an additional child abuse prevention curriculum through the Episcopal Diocese of Colorado. In addition, they fulfill all necessary requirements of school volunteers or visitors as required in each school and situation. Like all clubs, staff and volunteers employ best practices for child abuse prevention, focusing on safety and supervision. With at least 2 adults attending every club, there's actually more supervision in these spaces than your average classroom. Our experience has been that these clubs have created safe spaces for students to disclose child abuse and maltreatment, and thus receive increased support from school and local systems. All students are welcome at these clubs, and no students are required to attend. Some attend because they identify as LGBTQ, some come to support their friends, and others come just to be in a welcoming and accepting space during lunchtime. There is no curriculum taught in these clubs. In particular, these clubs are not sex ed spaces. Students guide the activities of the club, which may include discussions, games, event planning, or projects, such as the anti-bullying campaigns that the middle school club has put on. Each club creates its own norms to support student well-being and emotional safety. These usually include respecting other students and their experiences, listening attentively, supporting each other within the club space, and not spreading personal or sensitive information about other attendees without their permission. I know others here will speak to the positive effects of this type of support for students, so I just want to thank you for your time and your dedication to learning and ensuring that all students have opportunities for acceptance and growth in RE1 schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tiffany, Beach. Those who've already spoke, would you please leave so the rest of them can come in? Is she here? Oh, and your name was Annie, right? Ann?
Correct.
Sandra? Haley?
That's me.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Dr. Sandra K. Haley, and I have more than 25 years of experience working with marginalized youth, including recently with Montezuma Youth Pride. I'm here today to address the honorable board members regarding the absolute necessity to support so-called rainbow clubs or gay straight alliance clubs, as they're sometimes called in our schools. The Cortez School District motto, every student, every day, tells me that the board members are committed to protecting the well-being and safety of every student. To that end, I'd like to share some information regarding student safety, self-harm, risky behaviors, and I think you've just heard that cannabis consumption would fall into that, risky behaviors, and suicide. These data were published by the Centers for Disease Control, the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, and the American Journal of Public Health. Are you ready? Okay. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 24. 1 out of 6 students nationwide, grades 9 to 12, seriously considered suicide in the last year. LGBTQ and ally youth contemplate suicide, as we heard, nearly 3 times the rate of their heterosexual peers, and almost 5 times as likely to actually commit or attempt suicide. LGBTQ youth who come from highly rejecting families are 8.4 times more likely to have attempted suicide as LGBTQ peers who report no or low levels of family rejection. Each episode episode of LGBTQ victimization, such as verbal harassment, physical harassment, and bullying, whether online or in school, or any other type of abuse, increases the likelihood of self-harming behavior by 2.5 times on average. I want the board to know, being LGBTQ alone does not put a young person at a higher risk of suicide. The discrimination, the rejection, the fear, and the harassment that might come with being LGBTQ in an unsupportive environment is what increases their risks. That's where the student club comes in, offering what's sometimes the only safe and non-judgmental space in a young person's life. If Cortez School District is to live up to its motto of every student, every day, then that also means the students who are LGBTQ and their allies, even if board members themselves do not personally endorse the idea. Having heard this data, we cannot pretend that we are not aware that singling out certain student groups to deny them a safe space at school puts each of those children at grave risk. Montezuma Youth Pride programs cost the Cortez School District exactly nothing. But to the young people we serve, they're priceless. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gina Lopez. I'm a member of the Youth Tribe. I'm also an ally member of the Montezuma Youth Pride Group that oversees and helps support this club that seems to be called into question. My involvement is to support around our Native students, some of whom we've lost, one of whom we've lost in our past to violence, who was also identified as LGBTQ. And we've also have children who have been met with violence for their identities in our schools. The intolerance isn't just their identities, but is also racial in our school systems. My involvement in the club or in Montezuma Youth Pride as an ally is to make sure that there is some cultural considerations in the work that's being done, that in these clubs, that inclusivity of our cultural beliefs and practices is also included into it. And that when we talk about this being a safe space, that it's a safe space for all students. Because in our culture, two-spirited folks held great power and were oftentimes considered people who held medicine and were people who were sacred to us. And so to hear that this is the intolerance that we are here listening to and we're dissecting in such a way is really troubling to me. I went to school in this district. I went into the school district up through middle school, and I left after that because there were many, many forms of intolerances. And I only found all of the comfort and the acceptance that I needed in a school that was for Natives only. And then when I went to college, it was the LGBTQ community and family that embraced me and allowed me to be who I am. And not in any of these experiences did any of that turn me gay, turn me into something I'm not, or had me question who I was and my identity. I feel very strongly that these are important safe spaces, especially as we start talking about which marginalized communities we're talking about, and we're trying to continue to intercept and intervene in unfortunate dark paths that we unfortunately find ourselves in as Native people. And I want to hope that our schools are doing better as an adult. And that's why I involved myself in Montezuma Youth Pride, because I believe in this. I believe this is something that's important for all of our children, especially our Native students. And I honestly do not see a whole lot of our programming coming from any other organization or any other groups or programs that are in this county that are doing this work intentionally or meaningfully to meet the safe spaces needed for LGBTQ students and community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Jerkins? Yes.
Hi, Rose.
We're ready.
Okay, my name is Rose Durgan, and I'm the director at the Four Corners Child Advocacy Center, and I'm here on behalf of the center as well as our board of directors. I'm here wearing several other hats. I'm responsible for the Child Fatality Death Review team in our community. Also a member of the collaborative management team up, and a child advocate primarily for abused children. I can give you more information about those things if you should want to hear them at a different time. I want to make 3 points. As a member of the collaborative management group, we are working towards 4 outcomes. We're working in 4 different domains: child welfare, juvenile justice, education, and mental health. Members of this group are represented by many leaders in our community across those domains. The data that we recently looked at around mental health during a strategic planning meeting for the LGBTQ youth was so alarming that we all were stopped in our tracks. They have the highest rates of depression and suicidal ideation than any other population, making them the highest need population that we have in our community. In fact, Montezuma County is working right now on a child death case from a child from that high need population, a child who killed themselves recently. And we should be alarmed by that. In this recent strategic planning session, we found 2 areas that we wanted to work on, and those were reducing disparities in mental health and education for Hispanic, American Indian, and the LGBTQ community. We looked at 2 objectives. Those are intentionally to create more inclusive programming. These are the leaders in our community right now are trying to figure out how we can create more inclusive programming for our youth and increase access to services for these high need populations. The school district should play a primary role in support of these youth. 2 protective factors show up for these youth, the need for these youth, and that is trusted adults. Oftentimes it's not at home, and extracurricular activities that this club can provide. The second point that I want to make is that the concern that youth are too young to talk about gender and sexuality. This point, I consider myself to be an absolute expert on. I teach courses on nurturing healthy sexual development. Research shows that these children are exploring their gender identity in elementary school, and we should be having conversations around gender and sexuality. By the time that the youth is 18, they should know everything about sexuality.
Your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. You may. I think the next one is P.A. Jackson.
Yes, not here.
Not here? Okay, and then Lisa Lycan.
Oh, that was me. I didn't know if I was supposed to sign up.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
I wrote a note.
If I would have read the whole thing, I would have known that. Roxanne and Jim Rogers. Did they have anything? Did you want to say anything?
No, I just wanted to support the Montana Youth Pride.
Okay. All right, so we have our support. Are there anything on chat?
I showed disabled too.
Yes, sir.
I showed chat as being disabled.
Oh, it's on now.
Now it's on.
Now it's on, Chris, thank you. And while we're giving people time to talk, they understand that this is the last day that we will do chat via Zoom. If you want to say something, then please come to the board meeting and we'll go through this process each time. Don't see anything coming up, do you? Keep it open just a few more minutes. And after this, then we're moving on to our regular agenda. Yes, sir?
I was on the list to speak.
What was your name?
Ethan Silva.
Huh, okay, go ahead. I did not see your name.
I come from the Human tribe. All this is just division between each other. I think everybody wants transparency both across the board. I don't see there's a division as much as everyone just wants transparency in these schools, and unfortunately racial injustices shouldn't be on that list. I used to be like everyone else, just jump on a bandwagon. Unfortunately, you gotta look at both sides to be biased. And I did my research, and everyone's talking about the kids, right? The national, what was it? National something missing advisory. It's up to 97%. If you guys are looking at adults are communicating with kids even more. I gathered intel from both sides. Unfortunately, it's both ugly. I would, you know, and it's, you know, I can understand it's tiring to hear anti-government, anti-police, anti-racism. Even I had talked about the American flag. There's some groups that also hate the American flag. You know, we all need to come together and explain and come together instead of ripping each other's throats. We're here for the kids, and that's something that should be taught. You know, something that we don't like, we should all discuss it and talk about it. Transparency and trust in each other. Same way with the teachers, we shouldn't be teaching anything that's beyond the literatures. And unfortunately, you know, this racism, look into it a lot more. Everyone has a history. Everyone has a dark history, no matter what. So I'm just here to explain that. I woke up and realized that years ago, I used to be in everyone's same positions, and I used to sit there and I used to contradict myself and say the same thing that everyone is saying on the left and the right. I was more on the left, but I changed as I grew up and realized that a lot of people have helped me get to the succeeding point. I realized that we all need to come together as a group. We need to understand the values of what's best for our children. What's at home is what's taught, and it should stay there. Political views and, you know, all this stuff that you see on TV, don't believe what's going on out there. Realize that we all got to stand together and quit doing this fighting amongst ourselves and try and come to agreement. We may not like each other, we may not like each other's values, but that's what's great about America. And just, you know, if you guys really want to look into it, watch Officer Tatum and watch all these things that are going on in this world. It took me a while to realize that on YouTube, to learn that there's people out there that are telling different sides of the story. And I'm just here to say that.
Thank you. And may I say, I'm so glad that you were one, I skipped you and you came back because you had a very good.
Well, it's something that needs to be addressed on the board.
Yes.
I mean, you explained something about the mask coming in, and you guys were biased about it, you know? And it shouldn't be held against you whether or not, you know?
Thank you.
I would like to speak too.
What is your name?
My name is Audrey Hammond. I come in here as a mother because, you know, I don't feel I was necessarily suckered into coming here. I have seen this as an issue in our school. And as someone who worked in childcare with children, we never know what a child is going through at home. You offer incentives or pizza or something to a child who's struggling at home. Yeah, they're going to because it's about survival. And if they don't stick with that, then they're going to get bullied. We need to focus on helping our children across the board. And if they need individual help, directing them to it. We don't need to improve their school and add something in between their day. It's just, to me, we could, you know, be equals and, you know, get our school done, and it would probably reduce the bullying. And if someone's struggling, they can go to a counselor and go to one of these programs. You know, if I sat here and saw, you know, no laughing or whatever, I would be like, okay, well, maybe. But I just saw certain individuals speak and be laughed at. They weren't rude in any way. They just walked out and they're sitting there out there making fun of them. To me, that's wrong. To me, that's someone I don't want around my children. I don't want my children to have this option without my permission. You know, I really don't like coming here, but I just ask you all to do your jobs and think about everybody who doesn't come in here, who doesn't make it an effort to go this far. Because, I expect my son to go to school and learn, not, be questioning things. As a mother, that affects my religious side and everything I teach at home. If he's struggling, he can come to me as a mom. Let us as the parents do our job first, and if we need help, we can reach out and maybe you can direct us to the program. But to put it in schools, to put it in a time during a pandemic, especially, you never know what child is struggling where. And, to me, that's just so sad, because if someone's struggling at home and they see a gift card or food that their parents couldn't afford to buy them, they're gonna go for it. We need to think about them and think about them before this. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Who? Oh, we've got somebody? Okay.
I think they have to talk, right?
Yes.
Maybe just let her know you'd like her to type her.
Laura, we don't have access to the vocal, so if you would type it, please, we will wait for you.
Sorry.
Okay.
I don't think she could hear us because.
Oh, there we go. Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead and scroll just a second. The list is already over, but if you want to, we are taking types, that's it. Thank you, Laura. I didn't know your dad. Anybody, anything else? Thank you, Laura. I believe you sent this letter to the board also, and I did read it. Okay. Like that's it, so we'll be moving along.
Sherry, could we just take a minute? There's a lot of cake and a lot of cookies there.
Yes, I was going to ask if you wanted to take a break and tell us, would you like to cut your cake?
Sure.
She's wanting her cake. So we'll take a few minutes.
I had my name on the list.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is your
I
name?
took it off. I wasn't, because I did not want to rehash what had already been gone over.
Okay,
My
your
name
name?
is Melanie Fowler, and I did address a letter to the board. The only thing I would like to add to what has been said on our side is the fact that as a former teacher, I taught for 32 years, both here and in Shiprock. I feel that a lunch bunch, a rainbow club does not have any place in our schools. If the Episcopal Church wants to sponsor it and have pizza, let them have it at their place. Don't have it at your school. I don't feel like it belongs in our school. If you're going to do that for them, then we need to have a straight club or whatever. Also, another thing that I should be brought to your attention is I've been told by numerous parents that they are strongly considering pulling their children out of Cortez Middle School or high school when they get older because of such a club. They don't want their students around that type of a situation. And that's all I want to say about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, potty break. We'll come back at 9:22. Let's say 9:30. It might be a lot. I took my shoes off. Sitting down there.
Not drinking water, thirsty, and I'm not drinking water.
Can I clarify one thing that you said? Just gonna go cut the cake.
I mean, everybody came.
Yeah, exactly.
To them, and we never considered back checking and gathering information.
I totally hear you. That's what I.
We have not made a decision.
100%. That's all I want to clarify. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm with KSD. Yeah, happy to be here.
Oh, no, he's.
I was trying to. Thank you, Jamie. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna ask you. Are you kidding me? One time they came to
It's like, oh, why, so that feels like that, we cannot use that field, so I. And so we were basically. Like, we said, no, it was. And it was like,
Hey, Chris, you still there? Chris? If you're muted and you can hear me, this is Tammy. I wanted to let you know that the cake tastes really good.
It's got like a strawberry.
That one was hard.
I helped put it out. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yes, absolutely. Turn around and it's delivered. That's what prayer does for us. What's that? What prayer does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, raspberry.
I know.
Yeah, can you get a fork?
Picking it up. I thought it was. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, that's one way to get. This is really lovely.
Don't hear that on the governor level.
It's a nice break. No, what's the dice offer? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Sherry, the cake's really good.
I worked all day on it.
Yeah. It was something like
It's time to start.
We are.
Be done. I say 11:30, but. If there's anything.
Sorry. It's okay. Where's the resource officer?
Freaking. I used to have a car that backfired. And every time I started up, it backfired and the echo. Like,
Who's everybody texting their spouse? Yours is still here, but still in the meeting.
My granddaughter's at my house, so.
She is. Granddaughter.
And Amanda, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be here for a few days. Thank you for being here.
No, they live at Bayfield, so.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so Amy's actually gonna watch Aurelia for a little bit tomorrow, and so Amanda came over, because she has to work and Vito's working. She came over to study.
Okay,
First
let's
responder.
get back together.
Fire department, Bayfield.
All right, next thing on the agenda is the consent calendar. Have you looked at it? Do I hear a motion for it?
So move.
Second,
Motion made by Chris, seconded by Tammy. Discussion?
She's asking, she should abstain.
No, we're doing the consent calendar. Is there somebody on the
Yeah,
consent?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
When it just comes to you, you can say.
Just say
abstain.
abstain. Hey, call for the question?
I was just curious, the ones that were striked, did they decide to stay?
Oh, let me look at my calendar.
Those are resignations.
There was some of
But some of them were striked out, so I just.
they were approved in.
Oh, they've already been.
Oh, they've already been, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, I'm calling for the question. Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
I abstain.
And Chris?
Aye.
Okay. Approval of the 21-22 contracts. There's quite a few. Did you go through? I hear a motion.
I make a motion to approve the 2021-2022 contracts.
I second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Jack. Discussion.
I just have a quick question. I don't know if we can ask this question, but like the directors, so we've established that we're not gonna have like what Jamie was before, like the.
That's
That everybody's gonna
That's
have.
the new superintendent.
Oh, okay. Okay, but okay.
Actually, we were creating that position as a purchase service.
Is it what?
Safety, are you talking about the safety or the maintenance?
Well, kind of, yeah, like like if it was gonna be divvied back up between.
Oh, okay, no,
The
it's actually
directors.
folded into the organizational chart,
Okay.
so it'll be either under assistant superintendent. Actually, I think it is under the assistant superintendent.
Okay, but we haven't really voted on any of that or approved any of that.
The organizational chart, that's what we talked about, I think it was 2 board meetings ago.
Yes.
And strategically, we did not bring it for the board to adopt, because then it'll allow the new superintendent to make any adjustments, and then this fall, the board can adopt it, and we'll go to record. That was a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question?
Tammy?
Aye.
Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Again, I need to abstain.
And Chris?
Aye.
Because my dog.
She's got family.
Well, his wife's,
I'm sorry.
his wife works for the district, does she not? Or no?
She's a substitute. She's
Oh,
not-
oh,
Yeah.
she still isn't on.
Yes, she's not on the contract list.
Okay, no comment, okay.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is a superintendent contract. This is for Risha Vanderway.
I make a motion to approve the superintendent contract as it is in our folder.
Second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Jack. Any discussion? We, Phyllis typed it up, I proofed it, we sent it to the lawyer, and then I sent it to Risha, and she read it, and then she was here over the weekend, and she signed it.
Okay.
So as soon as we vote for it and approve it, then it will be signed and go. In stone, not go.
I go. Then I go.
No, I, no,
She's like, then I go.
Okay, approval of the playground.
Oh, we didn't get it.
Oh, we didn't do anything.
Call for the question, I'm sorry. Phyllis?
Tammy?
Aye.
Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris?
Aye.
Approval of the playground grant award.
I move we approve the playground grant award.
I second.
Motion's made by Sherry Noyes, seconded by Cody. Any discussion? Would you please tell your parents thank you very much?
Absolutely. Thank you guys.
And your students to enjoy.
Yes.
It's gonna be like Disneyland.
Leslie's gonna be a little sad.
Disneyland's okay, but Disneyland, no.
Ours is gonna be right by that new softball field too.
Oh,
Softball field, yeah, so
It's gonna be where?
It's gonna be right next to the softball field too.
Oh, I thought you said gonna be in it.
No.
That's cool. Might not be last very well.
That's awesome. That's gonna be awesome for that end of town.
Yes.
Yes.
Just in the summertime, because there's nothing over the Mesa, and there's a lot of people at these things.
But I hope the city soon gets their money and gets that part fixed.
Yeah.
Okay, call for the question.
Tammy?
Aye.
Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris?
Aye.
Okay, next item, 612 ELA and high school French curriculum adoption. I need a motion before we can discuss it.
So move.
Okay, motion made by Chris, seconded by,
I second it.
seconded by Jack. We're now open for discussion.
I'm just concerned. I mean, it's been well presented up to the point of exactly what is our literature going to look like. I don't have a listing of what those books are going to look like. I understand the time frame to get it ordered and back in time, but in good conscience, I can't vote for this.
And I'd just like to state that per policy, it's been followed and that it was referenced in the literature that, or the curriculum that was here for public viewing for how long?
A month.
A month.
I had 4 people come in and look at it. And it has been presented to the school accountability committee as well as the district accountability. So, and that was an extra step at the middle school. It was presented to the middle school accountability. It was presented to the district accountability as well. And then it's been discussed with parents at the middle school as well.
Did the parents go look at it? Was it out for parents to look at?
It was at the middle school before it came to the district office, yes.
I guess my concern is like Tammy's, we don't really know what those books look like, what they are. And the couple of people that have come to me, they were concerned that they couldn't see the 7th grade curriculum. I don't know if it was because they didn't have access to the internet, if they didn't have a computer, if they didn't understand how to access it, if they had both of those things. And they were very verbal about it, that they felt like it, that they didn't really know what the 7th grade would look like.
Now, is it safe to assume that the literature that would be provided in the curriculum would be very robust in nature? Like there'd be so many novels or books available inside of that curriculum that you couldn't possibly teach them all? Like you can choose as a district what you want in that curriculum?
The way it's designed is that each module uses the different literature books And it has 4 modules. But what we can choose are the modules. So if in a given year, we can't get through all 4 modules, we just don't have the time. There's more there than we need. So what we can do is choose the modules, which the books are in those modules. So yes and no.
So, but it isn't like the curriculum we adopt, say there's books in there that, like Sherry Wright made mention earlier, what one person's view of acceptable and appropriate, it doesn't equate to someone else's. Would you, like Mr. Pearson would be looking over the curriculum with, say, the superintendent, or we'd have the ability to choose what is taught and what is not taught.
Yeah, we can definitely make modifications within the curriculum.
So the curriculum just gives us guidelines and consistency for professional development within teachers.
Gives the guidelines, it gives the structure, it gives the alignment for that, but modifications can be made within the curriculum, and the modules can be modified as well.
Now, when I read it, the stories are already in there with the questions within the teacher's manual and everything. So I'm not trying to pick fight, but I'm trying to clarify this.
Right.
So you're saying that we can change it, but how can we change it?
Well, that's where with the 4 modules, when we did a call with the company, given that we only have 45 minutes and it's a 90-minute lesson planning, we'd get through 2 modules in a school year.
Okay.
So we can select the 2 modules that we would use within that school year.
And then we follow what the book says.
Yeah.
Do that. Okay.
I just have a question, just more curious than anything. When did we know we needed this, and when did we start looking for it?
I can answer the first part. Is we actually have a program evaluation and adoption schedule. That is in best practices every 7 years, so that we have all the contents on this schedule. So last year, ELA came up for program evaluating it, and it's adoption this year.
Okay, so how long have the committees been, when did we start looking? And
this past fall. Yeah, I think the timelines include, the timeline is included in your packet.
Right, oh yeah.
And I just like to make a comment, board, very respectfully, but if you look at our policy does say that we would have a public viewing, and Jeanette did approach the board with an update, and Sherry Wright did go look at it. So as far as not, approving it, that true, the 7th grade was absent, but as far as not approving it because the board doesn't have a list of the resources, that is within the part of the policy where that you can go in and view it. So I would respectfully ask that not be a consideration in the final approval of this, because policy is followed.
In the past, I'm sorry, but we had 1 year, I went out to the PD room and went through stuff. And it was there, but generally speaking, we have a room across the hall where it's out so the community can come in and view it when at their leisure. And we didn't do it this year. Everything was, and I'm not saying anything, but it was at your schedule because you're busy, you work hard. And that was what I was hearing from the community, was that they couldn't ever make an appointment that fit their schedule and yours.
I never had that issue. Phyllis was always there, and she knew where the materials were in my office. We had so much going on, and this year with COVID, and there's just so many other things going on that to put in my office. The other issue that happens in this day and age is companies don't send you the samples that they do. So that's why I have limited samples, is because a lot of it's online, and you have to go online to look at it. And it makes it, and that's part of the issue where, I remember my office being
Yeah, stat.
stacked with stuff.
I do too.
So, the amount of samples that they'll give you is just not there anymore. You have to go online to look at them.
Yeah, my sense is here that we need to trust the teachers and the staff. I mean, I think it's fine to have the board and the community look at these things, and I can't speak at all to French literature, but if you look at English literature, I mean, there's, if you send a book, I don't know, War and Peace, Dostoevsky, whatever, to enough people, you're going to find the intersection of all of these is zero, and there's a lot of really good books have not appeared in school because somebody, and it's usually somebody with some power or influence, says, I don't like that book because it rubs him or her the wrong way. So I would go with trusting the staff on that point.
The teachers at the middle school and at the high school have spent a lot of time looking at this curriculum. They put a lot of time and effort in this process and having a lot of meetings and really vetting the curriculum.
I don't know, I kind of feel like, we all do trust the teachers, but it is kind of due diligence. And I kind of would like to, be able to see it, know what books are going to be presented. It's probably, I think we could probably close our eyes and blindly pass something that's probably totally fine, but I don't think it would hurt to double check.
I guess, and I just need to, I guess my conscience is telling me this, is that I went in and looked at it. I didn't look at it as thoroughly as I should have, but did anybody else on the board go look at it?
I didn't look at it because I have full faith and confidence that the director of curriculum and all the teachers and staff.
Well, I'm not
their
asking for,
children's-
Chris, I'm not
I'm
asking
not-
for excuses. I'm just
I'm
asking.
not, it's not an excuse.
So
I'm telling you why I didn't go look at it.
I just said that my conscience told me I had to make that statement.
But I have had several people that, you're saying you didn't have that happen, but
See,
people
I
come in
did
and
too.
say that they were like, they could not give us this, they could not show us.
We only had
this.
3 people come in and we had nobody who.
So it might have been all 3 of the people then that.
Well, I had emails and phone calls, so.
I must say, I was available most of the time, and anybody that came to my door requesting that, I either found in that or showed them the room. There was not a huge demand for that, but we never turned anyone away.
No, I'm sure you did. So.
With Sherry, with your brief presentation, unfortunately, I did talk to Jeanette last month, said I definitely would try to get in here. I'm not making excuses. I was one that failed not to come in. But Sherry, with your perusal briefly as it was there any red flags with what you saw?
I've already expressed them. I'm concerned about the grammar. And Jeanette and I already talked about it. I did not go in deeply in the short stories, and I did not see the list of the novels. And that's shame on me. I wish I would have seen the list of the novels because I have grave concerns over that. I just do.
But you said we can still pick and choose those novels, is that correct?
You can pick the modules.
The modules.
Yes, there's 4 modules.
And that comes with those.
Is there a reason why generally like this could not be present at a board meeting or something that we can view it like before a board meeting?
Come in early and view it.
I mean, is there a reason why? I mean, because I work a lot.
Yeah, and you have 2 jobs, so. yeah.
So sometimes it is difficult to get in, even though you want to and you need to, but.
I think that's very reasonable on a program adoption.
That
you
if
have
it's
it.
something.
I think it's important.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, is there any more discussion?
So this, your decision tonight, whether you approve it or not approve it, will hold up high school and the French, and it will hold up middle school, high school, and the high school French for adopting their programs for next school year.
So you're saying like for this next school year, but it could come back the following year, or you have to wait another 7 years?
No, but they won't have the curriculum. It'll hold up purchasing the curriculum. Teachers want the curriculum over the summer to use it to plan. So that will definitely, and then there's training that we wanted to schedule. So it'll hold up scheduling that training and then being ready for the start of day one. So just you understand
How long does it
process.
take to get the books in?
What happens in the summer, it takes longer because everyone's going through an adoption process. And for one of the high school texts, it's out of print. And so I've got them on hold with a company, with Follett Company, but I can't hold it after I asked to have it held until today. But that won't be available. That could possibly not be available anymore.
Is there a possibility that if this is approved, that we would not get it in time? We usually.
Tonight, if it's approved tonight, we'll get it in time.
I mean, because you're saying like some of it's out of print and it's on.
No, the Follett is on hold. He's holding it for me, and I'll email him tomorrow and we can get it going. So if it's approved tonight, there's not a problem because we will get the purchase orders, we'll get it going and get it here in beginning of July so that the teachers have it. Drew?
If I can, Board, I'd love to just address a little bit of what I'm hearing. One of the concerns I'm hearing pronounced is the concern about the novels that are being presented with the curriculum because there's some unknowns to that. And what I would say is I just want you to be aware this last year in the middle school, we have 6 ELA teachers. 3 of them were brand new in our school. The 4th was in their first year. They came in at semester, and one of the others had only been in her 2nd year there. So these are new teachers coming in, and as they are coming in, the novels that they're teaching now are still unknown to you. And a lot of them that they're using are things that we don't know, that you guys don't know. So one of the reasons that I'm very passionate about this is because it does provide that consistency and that foundation under which we can have strong review and understanding of what is being taught and consistency from year to year on the curriculum that is being taught. Because as these teachers are coming in, many of them are developing their own curriculum, using their passions to use the novels that are typically available, but in how they're going about that. And I appreciate Melissa very much as our lead teacher because she's been very transparent with me and we've collaborated. We sat down at the beginning of the year and said, here's the things that could be controversial. And we tried to push that out to parents very early to say, here's the areas. And that's a practice I personally would like to continue because I completely agree with, I think parents should be in the know about what they're being presented. And that's something I would like to continue on. But I do think that with the adoption of the curriculum, we'd have far more oversight and control of what is being presented in our classrooms and if we allow for them to not have a curriculum. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Drew. I do want to make one more comment. I did ask Jeanette if the literature that we don't have, if it was dark. I really did not feel, I don't want the middle school kids reading dark things. And when I say dark, death, nuclear wars, things like that. And Jeanette told me that it was not like that.
So I have a high school, somebody in high school and somebody who will be soon into middle school. And they know an awful lot of things and, they have access to damn near anything. So the idea that a middle school kid is going to be shocked by reading about a horror story, I think is just.
That's not what I'm saying, Jack.
Okay,
I'm saying
I
that
missed it.
we do not need to be feeding them this stuff. I will be very honest. My granddaughter, when she was in high school, she brought home 3 different novels that she was reading, and they were so gory. and so horrible. They was talking about skin falling off of them and laying there and their hair falling off and dying. I don't think the kids, yes, once in a while, you knew, I mean, you have to have a dose of reality, but you do not need to have every story.
No, I agree.
And that's where, that was the question I asked Jeanette.
No, I
It doesn't have anything dark. It doesn't have any controversial characters in there. You know, even as we're talking about this gender issue, there's nothing about any of that kind of thing. It's all classic literature. There's like, you know, it's just good classic literature that you would expect to find in an English classroom. So there's nothing controversial in any way.
Oh, I don't think that we should teach them fairy tales, but
Well,
I just want
I just
that.
have one more question. If we do adopt it and we go through the first year and find out that, okay, no, it's terrible, it's horrible, we're not even, don't even want to use it anymore, or whatever the case may be, I mean, they may think they like it, or there may be some other things that come out of it. Do we still wait another 7 years, or do we continue with a curriculum that's
not
really supported?
You know, that could be, you know, something that could be reviewed per the board's, you know, request to review and see what the curriculum's doing and re-looking at it. I mean, I don't think
review, but
it would be a definitely, and it would go out of order of a program review. But, you know, I think the board has the option to make that choice and to change the program evaluation.
And every ELL teacher was involved?
Every single one was involved. At the middle school and at the high school.
And you went through everything?
I didn't, well, I am not an English teacher, so I did not go through the in-depth level that they did. But I sat down with Lissa and Jeanette and kind of went through the options and kind of reviewed through the difference. I looked more at the structural curricular side, the details of what the content itself was in terms of the novels. But I did go through this.
Okay. Any more questions? Discussion? Call for the question.
Tammy, Drew, I appreciate your input, so I'm gonna vote yes. Jack,
Yes.
Sherry Noyes. Aye. Sherry Wright.
Aye.
Cody Wells.
Aye.
Stacy Hall.
I too have a lot of faith in Drew, and I'm gonna go.
Yeah, and I do in Jeanette also. I think, and the teachers, I just, and Drew and Jeanette and the teachers, what you told me kind of put my spirits at ease. Thank you. Because.
And then I haven't asked Chris.
Did you get Chris?
Aye.
Sorry.
Thank you so much for answering all of our questions.
Yes, and being patient with us.
Had you sweating?
We just don't want to end up in another situation.
I'm just sweating for the teachers because they want this so bad. They want a aligned curriculum that they're not creating and that they can share with parents.
Yeah. Okay, HR director position recommendations.
I make a motion to approve the HR director position recommendation.
Second.
Motion's made by Tammy, seconded by Jack. Any discussion?
Carol, would you like to give an overview?
Please.
So Superintendent Hopkins mentioned this in her remarks at the beginning of the meeting. But essentially what we're looking at doing is asking the board to move put together an HR director position that would combine some of the responsibilities that the assistant superintendent previously had with some of the responsibilities that Jean had as HR specialist, and to move that into a slightly higher salary schedule that would be comparable to the tech director. And so it's only about an $8,000 budgetary impact to the district, but I think it would make a difference in terms of making the district slightly more competitive. One of the things that we see, and you saw this with the health directors, when we are trying to hire, we know that our education salaries are significantly below industry, but when we're hiring in industries that have similar positions across industries like HR, nursing, finance, things like that, we find that we're even less competitive when we look at those salary structures across the state. And so even with this move, we would still be in probably the bottom, quartile of salary for HR directors in the state across all industries. But we want to at least get a toe in the door to be able to have a chance at potentially attracting a qualified person. And I do say this with all sincerity, I do think that an HR director is going to be critical to moving the district forward. To have someone at that caliber that can focus on it full time. I think, as Lori said, Part of it is risk mitigation. You know, certainly there's a lot of liability tied up in HR, but another very important part of it is just strategic direction for the district and leadership, in the sense of, you know, one of our biggest crises we're facing is the ability to attract and retain qualified staff and teachers. And so having someone that can provide a higher level of leadership and still under the guidance of the assistant superintendent, I think will help move the district forward in this area. And so respectfully ask the board to consider that.
Do you know where this compares with, like, because this is a pretty easy across the board comparison. HR is with Empire Electric, the hospital, the city, the county.
I can tell you what the average HR salary is in Colorado. The range is between, you know, like low 50s and mid hundreds, 150, 160.
I mean, I know personally this is lower than what the city's is, so.
Yeah.
We're finding out that the replace staff is
Go harder.
is harder and it's gonna cost more money than people that have stayed here for years.
Yeah, I mean, even the city, I mean, of course, it's all employees, but they pay 95% of their health benefits too for their family.
Nice,
So,
oh, nice.
yeah, I mean, as long as my husband was with the city, we paid no health insurance until, for myself, until the last 5 years he was with the city. They paid, we never paid for health insurance.
Wow, that's quite a benefit too.
And it was good insurance.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris?
Aye.
Okay, next thing on our agenda is school land dedication fee resolution. We had it on our agenda last month and we tabled it, but unfortunately it was late after the meeting and I just started signing things and I did sign it, but it is not valid because I'm the only one that signed it. Jack did not sign it and we tabled it. So it is not valid. So I open it up now to a motion.
You want me to read the whole thing, or you want the motion first?
Need to read it first, please.
Okay. All right, this is Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 school land dedication / fee resolution. Whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 Board of Education believes that it is in the best interest of Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 to pursue the establishment of a school land dedication / fee in lieu of requirements or condition for approval of new subdivisions within its school district is statutory enabled by Colorado State Statute 30-28-133. And whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 School Board believes that new development will have an impact on the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 facilities. And whereas Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 initially hired a consultant in 2006 to study the land dedication requirements for the county and additionally examine the associated in lieu fee for purposes of making recommendations to the district and the county regarding such matters. And whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 Board feels it is reasonable and fair to update the school land dedication / fee to reflect 2021 development land prices and to establish a single fee structure. And whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 Board feels it is reasonable and fair that a fee of $1,043.85 be assessed to units in the subdivisions within the school district boundary. And whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 will accept payment and issue receipt for all necessary land / dedication fee in lieu of dedications. And whereas the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 School Board has provided opportunity for public interest regarding this request, now therefore it be resolved by the Board of Education of Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 in the County of Montezuma and State of Colorado, it is in the best interest of the Montezuma-Cortez School District RE1 that the school land dedication / fee in lieu of requirements of $1,043 $3.85 be paid to the Montezuma-Cortez School District, RE1, as a condition for approval of the units in a new subdivision within the school district, and respectively request the Montezuma County amend their subdivision review and approval process to reflect such a fee.
Okay, I hear a motion.
I move to approve this.
Second.
Jack moved to approve the band dedication. Chris seconded it. Discussion.
Yeah, we're just kind of redoing what we did last month, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we didn't vote on it last month. We just tabled it. So everybody could think about it, I guess. So, no, we tabled it.
Oh, tabled.
So
But it's the same.
it's the same thing that we tabled last month. Kyle, does this save money or not? If we're doing a single unit and they divide it into 10 slots, it's still 1,040
Per division,
per division.
per division.
Not
Yeah.
with this resolution,
What's that?
not with this resolution.
So.
Before, the way the resolution was written is you get charged 800 and some odd dollars for a single family unit, you get charged a little more for a multifamily unit, and you get charged less for a mobile home unit. When I had my meeting with the county, they notified me that they only charge the single rate, and they don't know how many houses are gonna go on there. So they only go with the single house rate. So I said, would it be easier if we just said on our side, we're charging a flat rate for any subdivision, right? So that's whether it's 1 or 10, we're just gonna charge a flat rate. I said, that's essentially what we're doing anyway, because we don't really understand or know what is gonna end up going on there, and you guys receive property tax if they build 10 buildings anyway. So that was the discussion, and so at that point, I just wanted to reflect the price to indicate prices today as opposed to 2006.
So we're basically charging $200 more and following our actual resolution instead of letting the county say, oh, well, and not follow it.
Correct. And then once this is approved, then we'll have a little fact sheet or whatever that the county will hand to
This
them,
one?
because that was part of the issue is people didn't know.
Yeah.
And then they kept getting hit with
Right.
no.
I actually got a phone call today because they thought it was because they sold their home. They didn't realize it was for the subdivision, so.
Oh, okay.
So I asked Kyle this morning when we sat and went over the budget, particularly, we talked about this. I said, so if I took my 35 acres and split it in half, I pay this, regardless if I'm putting 10 more, houses on that parcel. And then in 2 months, I decide, oh, I want to take that parcel I just split off my 35 and cut it in half, then that fee applies again.
Okay. That answers
That's
my-
what I have.
Yeah.
Because I asked that, is it, if I split my property and put 10, is that gonna be 11 times this? He said, no. So, but if I did it again, then I would be charged again.
So, yeah, if you have a 100-acre plot and you split it into 10 properties, all 10 of those, you must pay the $1,000.
Just one time.
Just one time.
Oh, no.
But you know, anytime you do it, if you want to do it later, you have.
Right.
Right, that's what you're saying.
But if you have 100 acres and you divide it in half, and then next 6 months later, you go, oh, I should have. I've got to mark it, so then you have to pay it again because you're going back.
If you do it all at once, it's cheaper.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I guess in these ways, every time a miler is brought in for signature, that's when you're gonna get charged the flat rate.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion? Call for the question.
Tammy,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
Sherry Noyes,
No.
Sherry Wright,
Aye.
Jody.
No.
Stacy,
I have to abstain.
and Chris.
Aye.
Okay. 5 ayes, 2 noes.
Let me just verify, Cody, you were no? And
Sherry was a no.
Okay, thank you.
And I agree with why you guys said no. I just felt like we've already started the process, so let's finish it. HVAC approval for Beach Street and administration. Yeah, you're up.
Okay,
I don't think there's any backup in there.
I don't,
Here, you have this one?
Well, that's not one.
that's not it. That's the,
That's the 20,000 foot
that's the
softball.
20,000. Yeah, I don't have it.
Okay. Jamie?
That's for as an action item, we have two bids, one for the approval of an HVAC system at Beach Street Preschool. That bid amount is $151,495. There's also another bid we received from the same company, Matthews Electric, and that's for this administration building for new HVAC system. That bid is $176,500. And Mr. Matthews is on Zoom tonight to ask any questions. We had the bid opening well over a month ago. We were hoping to have this on the last board agenda, but we did not. So with that being said, I am going to throw in a statement this morning. We had a teacher at Kemper who was cold. Our boiler's been turned off. It was really nice to switch that over to heat for that side of the building, and she was able to warm up quickly. I'm thrilled about the schools that we have these systems in, especially with summer school coming up in the fall. And at the same time, it's your decision on whether you want to accept this or not.
How much did you say it was again? At the Beach Street?
Yes, Beach Street, Mrs. Wright, is $151,495. The administration building is $176,500.
So that's basically 300,000. No more. 330.
Yes, 330-ish.
So this is for the Beach Street, correct? I'm just trying to find the.
Beach Street and admin.
And I don't think you have documentation, Chris.
No, it's just on the agenda. After tonight, it would be nice. Do you guys want to, we need to make a motion, then we can talk to Dean. So do I hear a motion?
I'll move for the HVAC Beach Street and administration building for the amounts mentioned.
A second.
Motion made by Jack, seconded by Cody. Now we can discuss.
My question is, are we needing to do any electrical upgrades to either building? Is that included in the price? If so?
It should be, Mr. Tooten, and I think Dean can answer that.
Is he unmuted?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. The only electrical upgrades on those two buildings would be for the HVAC equipment that we're installing.
So nothing like we did out at Lewis?
No,
Okay,
it's not necessary. We're not needing to do a service change or upgrades to make the equipment work. There's plenty of service there to handle the new equipment.
Okay.
Has that been verified with Empire Electric?
They wouldn't verify that. They're on the service side. They're not going to verify the secondary side.
Okay. I do think even with the COVID related shortages that we do have to give some kind of an end date. I don't want to leave that open ended for.
Okay, can you give us an idea of your end date?
Well, we we'll have to do the engineering to get it engineered and designed for the buildings. That's going to be 3 to 4 weeks. Once we get the engineering done, we'll know what to order. Right now, we don't know what to order till the engineering's done. Once we know what to order, then we can place the order and we'll get a delivery date. Once I get the delivery date, then I can build a schedule around it. But right now, there's no way for me to build a schedule until I know when the unit would ship.
So you're saying probably the 1st of June, the 2nd week of June? for the
I'm saying
engineer?
that the engineering would be complete by the 1st of June, somewhere in that neighborhood. Then we'll go to the manufacturer and get the lead time for manufacturing. Then I can build the date, once they tell me it'll deliver.
You know, pardon me for my ignorance, but if the engineer's going to come and tell you what you need, how can you give me a price?
Well, that's why I have an allowance. I can't give our bid that we gave is contingent on the engineering after the engineering's done. So we threw an allowance in, but until the engineering's done, I can't. If it's under the allowance, then we'll only charge what the amount is. If it's over the allowance, we'll have to come back to the board for you to approve a change order. There is no way to give a price without engineering.
I don't like change orders. What's our allowance?
What's that?
I said, I don't like change orders. Can you give me what our allowance is?
I can't until we do the engineering. I don't know what we're ordering. We have to get it engineered and designed before we know what to order.
So is this the same process we did with the other schools?
No, not really, because the other schools, we were able to develop our engineering in-house based on the rooms. This is going to fall under COVID, air handling, air exchanges, and fresh air mix. So we have to have an engineer do that design and then tell us what the air handler is going to be. And then we can get the pricing.
So if the engineer comes in with more than you allowed, are you going to charge us more?
Whatever, if it's more than the allowance, it'll be the balance over the allowance that will come to you for a change order.
I don't want to sound insensitive to the people in this building, but is there a way that we can do just the preschool and look at this building later because of the COVID stuff? I mean,
yeah,
we've got some window mounts here, and I think that really the most important building is the preschool building.
Does that change the bid on the preschool?
No, they're separate.
They're separate?
So Dean, can you ensure, say like with the, if the board goes with the preschool, if the preschool would be completed by the start of school, which would be
Can't have no
the
kids
1st of
around the house.
August?
I can't build a schedule until I can get the air handler delivery date. So I can't guarantee any dates until I get the shipping date from the manufacturer.
Okay.
How about, let's just say you have a delivery date. It doesn't matter what the date is. How long would it take you to install and be complete after you have the delivery date?
At which location? At Beach Street?
Yes.
Yes.
Probably, depending on what size gas line we're gonna have to run, probably within 30 days.
Okay, so for me, I think that's kind of the most important. That's probably the only thing we can get in concrete in the contract, you know, like Sherry Noyes mentioned, you know, even with the shortages that we face in the supply chain. I mean, I think in the contract, if it's stated once a delivery date is established, you have X amount of days after the date of delivery.
That's reasonable. Yeah, that's very reasonable.
So I'm just curious, have you, your supplier, have you been visiting with them? Just to kind of see what the norm is for them when you, if you kind of somewhat know what you're ordering, like how long, like what kind of a setback they're looking at? Do you have any kind of idea at all?
Yeah, 12 to 24 weeks. I know, that's, if you're hearing anything about supply and demand right now, I'm waiting on some things over a year on my electrical side, so they won't give you any hard dates until it's designed.
Yeah.
We would have no
to
kids
finish
running around.
Time school started, and we can't
There's
have
no way.
instruction around students in class.
Not those little, not
those
preschool.
guys. Do we have
I know the
any
preschool is hot.
Hmm?
I know the preschool is hot.
Yeah.
with a plan B event?
Was that directed at me?
No, just to the room.
So
I didn't hear any of that.
I was asking Chris if there was a plan B, what is the event? Because it sounds like the timeline isn't concrete, and I understand COVID has a lot to do with that. So my question, Chris, was, do we have a plan B? How can we keep that building cool? Until these items are shipped in and we have a concrete end date of construction and install when it's encroaching into beginning of school year, and we're looking at next spring for completion, quite possibly.
They have been using those individual units.
What about Plan B is Beach Street on individual units and do the admin building? Doesn't really matter when the.
I don't think.
Yeah, the admin building would be nice, but it's definitely something that can be addressed later on. I would say the priority is Beach Street over admin.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the priority is, but as far as like, so what if we approve both of them and if Beach Street stuff starts to come in too late, can we sit on material until it suits us to do the project?
Yeah, I can probably answer that, Chris. Once we get the lead times and build the schedule, we would do the changeover. We would try to do the changeover when there's no school in process. So we're not going to be, we couldn't have, at Beach Street, it's pad mount, so it's not as big of an issue. At admin, we couldn't have anybody in the building because it's roof mount. But we would be doing the work. We would have time to prep the work before the unit got there. So when the unit arrived, it would be a pretty quick turnaround.
What, is this a possibility that, I don't know how much it would cost to have this engineered, but it's through, since we're using COVID money, correct, it has to be engineered. That's how I'm understanding that. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. How much would it cost us to have the engineering done before we sign any contract? So there's no change orders because we have no idea how much that could come back to us.
That's what I was gonna suggest, let's do the engineering,
If
and
we-
see where we stand, and then.
I like that,
And if-
That's reasonable.
I'd like to also see a bid.
because I don't like change orders.
I mean, we have no idea what it could be. Yeah, there's not
This is
even.
a moving target right now. The moving target. I think we should get it, pay for it ourselves.
So with the doing the engineering first, or is that like commitment
can-
to, that we're gonna commit to the projects, but get the engineering done first and then fund the project once? Or are we gonna spend money on engineering and then go, oh gosh, that costs too much, and then we just wasted the money on engineering?
Mr. Matthews, if we did the engineering ourselves, what would change our cost?
Well, you'd have your design. I mean, we have engineering built into the cost that we gave you.
Right.
We've got engineering cost in there. But to be real honest, there's no way to get a hard price on these things without doing the engineering ahead of time.
But that's what
It's-
we're saying.
Yeah,
If we do the engineering, how much will that decrease your cost? If we do it ourselves?
well, on Beach Street,
Yes,
I have $12,000 in for engineering on Beach Street.
okay, thank you.
And on the administration building, I have $8,700 in for the administration building.
Thank you.
Could that come out of the COVID money?
No.
It's part of the,
Not like this, no.
but he can include it in his bid and it comes out of COVID.
So if you're gonna do the engineering, which I think is a great idea, it's probably gonna have to go back out to rebid because my pricing is not gonna be held for that long. So it would be my suggestion, and I think it's a great idea to get it engineered first. And then put it out to bid again. And then you're gonna be bidding an exact job, not a design build. And your bids will be, there won't be any question on what you're getting for a bid. It's apples to apples.
I think that's reasonable, don't you guys think?
I like that.
Then.
Well, then our timeline would be, but the kids aren't, the preschool's not going to have air conditioning when they start to school with this. If we can get the engineer and then put it out for rebid in, say, the middle of June, and then they can order, I mean, we're slowing ourselves down about 2 to 3 weeks.
So Kyle, will this still qualify for ESSER with our application if we split it up like this?
I would have to get confirmed confirmation on that, but high level, my assumption would be no, because getting engineer work nowhere relates to a COVID need unless you're doing the second part, right? If we got engineer work and we said, yeah, we need to get HVAC because of air circulation, whatever, we can tie that to ESSER. But right now, separating it, I don't know for sure, but I would say probably not.
And we're definitely not talking about if we just do Beach Street, it's not that much money in the context of
No,
our.
it's $12,000.
It's just a question of whether the board wants ESSER to pay for it or if we want general.
It may, it all depends on how we word it. I mean, obviously, if we're trying to find out if we have the capacity of the building to install this, and that's why we're getting the engineer report, because ultimately we're trying to increase airflow, I think we could probably get.
That is the whole purpose.
So, I can definitely get a confirmation on that. However, the ESSER 2 application has been, I guess, pre-submitted because we're trying to get it back as soon as we can. So, depending on what we decide here, I have to adjust some of those numbers.
Okay, but that's possible.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we have a motion on the floor.
So we have, okay, so we have basically grant money, federal money that's going to pay for both of the buildings. Is that correct, Kyle?
That's correct.
So then we have the engineering and our allowance, but if we do the engineering ourselves, we might have to pay for it ourselves out of the general fund or out of capital or wherever we get it from, but district money.
That is correct.
And so basically, to me, it seems kind of like sixes because we don't like change orders, and I agree, I don't like change orders because you don't have you don't have that knowledge up front. But even the change order is going to be federally funded. Would that still be federally funded if that came up like that?
Correct. We'd have to amend our application to adjust for it, because when we submit the application for ESSER 2, we're going off of what our justification for the amount that we put for the HVACs was based on the bid we did. And so those numbers we received on the bid is what we put on the application. If those numbers change, just like you mentioned, it's a change order, and in order to get additional ESSER 2 dollars to make up for that change order, we would have to essentially do a change order to the grant.
What if it comes in less?
it comes in less, then we have more ESER two money to funnel somewhere else.
Okay. We're not gonna be dinged for it.
No.
Okay.
Roll with it.
We
Yeah,
have,
with our allowance, we just wouldn't, say you were doing Beach Street and it came in at $30,000. We wouldn't bill you 50,000. We would only bill you the 30,000. So that's, yeah, you wouldn't have to do any more if that allowance was over what we needed. Do you follow what I'm saying? We don't charge the full amount on an allowance if it's under. We just charge the amount it costs.
are we going to be bonding?
Yes, we've already got our bonding in place this time. We're pre-approved.
Now that saves us some time. Okay, we have a motion. Any more discussion? We have a motion on the floor.
And what's our motion? To do both of
To
them?
do them both. Is that correct, Jack?
The motion, Jack said to approve the Beach Street for 151,495, administration building for 176,500.
Okay, call for the question, please.
Tammy?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Jack?
Yes.
Sherry Noyes?
I know the Beach Street, they're hot, but I'm gonna have to go no with the way it's presented.
Sherry Wright?
No.
Cody?
Yes.
Stacy?
Yes.
And Chris?
Yes.
Okay. 2 noes, 4 yeses.
Hey, principals, why don't you go home and get some sleep, okay? Tomorrow morning's gonna come very quickly, but I
Thank you
appreciate
for being here.
your dedication.
It's great to see you guys. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Or, no, just kidding.
Jamie, do you
Oh, yeah,
have
take
any
some cake.
information?
Take some cake with you.
You need to give us any information.
What's that?
Excuse me.
Oh, no. Can we put it to bed?
Oh, I will after the 20,000.
Yeah, we got, well, no, I meant the HVAC.
Oh,
We're okay on the HVAC?
we're okay. I have the templates for the contracts that came from our school attorney. They're very comprehensive. So I can modify that, include this amount, and go from there.
Okay. Do it quickly because we need
I will.
Beach Street taken care of. And I want that to be the first building we work on.
Beach Street, okay.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll see that grandbaby.
Next one is our facilities master plans.
I make a motion to approve to moving forward with the facilities master plan.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Tammy, seconded by Jack. Call for the question. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's have a discussion. Sorry. Would you please talk about, you did a while ago, but just kind of do an overview again.
So, one of the things, I noticed when I got here was that we had an attempted bond, and we also tried for a best grant, and both we didn't come through with. And so upon doing some more research, I realized that in order to get funding from the state, you really have to have all your ducks in a row. And what CDE recommends is getting a facility master plan to help support any capital needs, large capital needs you need in your district. And the reason it's so important is because we live down here in the southwest corner of the state and all the money's up in Denver. And in order for them to pay attention to us, we have to have, as again, all our ducks, we have to have data to support what we're trying to get. And so if we come to them and we say we need a new school because this one's falling apart, they're gonna wanna know more than just our word for it. And so what this facility master plan does is it brings out an outside organization in, architectural specialists. What they do is essentially a few different things. one, they look at the structure of your buildings, how well they're maintained, what your cost value is, what your replacement values are. But they also do a deep dive into the demographics and some other community data points to kind of get an idea of what your demographics are, what your projected population is going to be in the next 5-10 years, so that when we start asking to build buildings and we're asking for matching funds from the state, they know that they're building it to what the community wants. They have input from the community. They know that they're building it to the size of what your projected enrollment's going to be, and that it's built to scope of what their required spaces for these rooms and different things like that. So the state of the district, as far as our buildings, we have a brand new building. We have a middle school that has some newer pieces, but mostly everything else was built in the 1945 to 1966 range. So the general life of a school building is 50 to 60 years, which means we're past the limit on most of these buildings. So when we're going in and trying to do HVAC or put a roof on or do these things, we're kind of putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, because we're having to upgrade electrical systems to get HVAC in, and we're having to jump through all these extra hoops to use federal money because they want these buildings. If we're going to put money into it, they want to know if these buildings are worth it. So what this facility master plan will do is allow us to go to the state and go to different entities and be like, look, this isn't us just crying wolf. This is actual representation of what's happening. We have more than just the admin saying this. We have community input, teacher, staff, everyone else. And it helps our case when we're saying, okay, we want $22 million to build a new facility, and we want you to help out with 11 million. And they're much more willing to help out in those cases. And then also, if we want to go back out to our constituents, again, it's not just us writing a summary of what we want this money for. It's we have the backup to say that we need this for our students. I was looking at facility master plans earlier, and you go across the state to Las Cruces, right? Their schools look like a college, looks like a university. You go up to Telluride, it looks like a brand new community college. And then you come here, and again, all these buildings are brick and built in 1950. And they're good buildings, they're solid buildings, but equitably, our kids deserve the same thing as all the other kids do across the state.
Right.
So this is the first step to kind of get us on a path to maybe getting some of these newer buildings or some of these construction projects that we want to do.
Okay. Any questions? Discussion?
All right, I certainly agree with Kyle, and that's really critical to have the ducks in order. I mean, it's critical anywhere, but especially in in Southwest Colorado, where the people in Denver don't know even that we exist. So
yeah,
and we could also use ESSER funds to pay for it too.
Right, for the facility master plan.
It's important to have facilities where we could get not just the current technology in it, but the technology that is going to come 5, 10, 20 years, 30 years from now.
Right. Did you tell me that it was going to run around 30,000?
I gave you an estimate. It was between 30 and 70. And the only reason I say that large is because I'm going off of my historic knowledge at Central, and their student population was about double what we have here. And they have about 6 more buildings. And the facility master plan, when we got the bids back for that, was about $68,000. So that's why I'm assuming maybe it would probably be a little less, but obviously I don't know that for sure.
Would you, since you've kind of been through this, would you recommend the folks that came in that did it for you this last time? Or is this something that goes out to?
I would recommend that we put together exactly what we're looking for. And I provided you in your board report kind of how we can work with CDE to make that happen. And then we put it out to bid and then see what we like best.
Okay. And how long did it take for them to do that in your district?
It took about 5 months for them to complete.
Wow.
That's a lot of work.
This is such a large purchase service that Kyle, I think it'd be good for the contractors to come in and do presentations to the board
100%.
and let the board hear them.
Yeah.
Is this just on the building or is this also when we were talking about having somebody come in and do the transportation?
This is just on the facility.
Yeah, that's-
Okay.
But it'll be all the facilities, roofs, everything, Stacy.
Okay,
And,
yeah,
and transportation, building,
right, but not the
but not
actual
the actual transportation.
routes.
Right.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Call for the question?
Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris?
Aye.
Okay. Moving right along. Kiva Montessori Charter School approved waivers. I need to hear a motion.
So move.
Chris Megan and Sherry Tammy, Sherry checking, seconded it. Discussion. Carol.
Yes, board. So what this is, as you know, the schools submit their waivers with their renewal applications and those get approved as part of the renewal and then that becomes part of the contract. Kiva inadvertently left out some waivers that have been previously approved by the board when they submitted their renewal application and contract. After they get approved at this level, we submit them to CDE and CDE reviews them and then they ultimately go to the CDE board. Or excuse me, the State Board of Education. And so CDE kind of kicked them back to us and said that there were waivers missing basically that have been previously approved. And so Kiva wanted to correct that and submit the waivers that had been previously approved for approval again, and so that those could be resubmitted to the state.
Okay, any discussion, questions? Call for the question.
Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris?
Aye.
Okay. Capital Reserve Resolution, girls softball field, 20,000.
I move to accept the capital reserve. Oh, you better.
Let me read it.
It's $20,000 requested, funds available are $196,943.41. The project description is the Engelhardt softball field upgrades. It's a health and safety issue. Rationale for the request is Engelhardt softball fields need dirt work to level the playing surface and reseeding in the outfield to make it safer for players. Business office confirmed funds are available. No permit is required. The project is coordinated with the math and IT departments approved by Jamie Harkness, Director of School Safety and Facilities, 5/31/2021. Whereas the administration has need of an additional $20,000 for upgrades to the Engelhardt softball field. Now therefore be resolved that $20,000 is authorized for expenditure from the capital reserve fund.
Okay, Sherry.
I move to approve the capital reserve resolution for the girls softball field in the amount of $20,000.
I second.
Motion made by Sherry, seconded by Stacy. Is there any discussion?
Jamie, is this is for the dirt? And are we gonna reseed the whole outfield to the
We need
fence?
to reseed parts. We're not going to rototill everything up in the hall. There's going to be some additional work done. We might move home plate forward and push the fence out farther so there's more foul lines on the side. And the backstop is in order to, it's worn out. And so this will be a start, there'll likely be additional requests.
I just know that there's some of those sprinkler heads out in that outfield that are pretty dangerous to those kids. And I just want to make sure that.
And we'll likely have to transplant 3 of the orchard trees, they're apple trees. Fortunately, they're not too big yet, but it'll be exciting.
Will be.
Girls.
Very good. Any more questions, discussion? Call for the question.
Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes? Aye. Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris.
Thank you, Jamie, for getting that done.
Thank you, board. That's huge.
I'm sorry, Chris, did I get your vote?
No, aye.
Okay, supplemental budget roll, school distribution. And the 89,000.
Okay. Okay, roll school distribution for Prop EE 20-21. Federal state government grants, final amount awarded after 2021 student counts were confirmed across the state. Let's see, the state sources are the Colorado Department of Education for the $389,427.58. And total revenues are $389,427.58. Let's see, it's broken down into the charter flow through is into three categories. One is SWOs, which is $18,577.68. Battle Rock is $11,751.79. Kiva is $19,492.49. Carry over to 2022 is $339,605.62. So the total expenditures would get $389,427.58. Be resolved by the Board of Education, the school district number RE1 in Madison County, that the amount of $389,427.58 as shown above be appropriated to the general operating fund for the program year beginning July the 1st, 2020 and ending June the 30th, 2021.
Here, motion to accept this.
So moved. A second.
Motion made by Tony, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Is there any discussion? Tony, do you know what this is? Do you understand this?
We're moving funds from one account.
And it comes from rural funding. As a rural school.
And it's from year to year with the legislators, and we just received notice of our award going into next year, and it was 400 and.
It's around 447,
Yeah.
447,000.
Yeah, we just did receive that, so that's pretty exciting.
And the way the law is written is we get it after certain legislation's over. And so that's why we just got funding here this last couple of weeks. So we can expect that around the same time if
Next year.
it doesn't get cut before.
Right, and it is at will, so we never know for sure. Okay, any more discussion? Call the question.
Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy? Aye. Chris?
Policy adoption, first reading, Jeff. JKD, JKER, suspension, expulsion of students.
We do them.
We can do all
at
three
once.
of them if you want to. Everybody's tired. Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve policy adoption, first reading of JKD, JKER, suspension expulsion of students, JKD, JKEE, grounds for suspension and expulsion, GBGM, staff discretionary leave.
Second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Chris. Is there any discussion?
This basically follows the policy for suspension and expulsion. And normally with regulations and exhibits, they don't necessarily come to the board, that it's a requirement with this policy, because obviously it's a very high leverage policy. And so, who was it? Jamie, Drew, and Eric and I got together and did a revision and updated them. And then with the staff discretionary leave, that's the one that we tabled. until the month of May that will go into effect this next fiscal year for staff.
I just have one question on that. We're taking out the emergency leave altogether.
Mhm.
And this is just a concern that I have. And because we're saying that they can't have these discretionary days 2 weeks before or after school starts, 2 weeks before school ends. Is that what it is? Yeah, first 2 weeks and last 2 weeks of the school term or semester.
Right.
But, I mean, we all know that there is, though there are those extraordinary cases, a death in a family, those kinds of things. Is it up to the school leaders to determine that if that's, okay, all right, I just wanted to make that.
Well, that's a good question, but no, that would be up to the school administration to approve that.
But so they can be used if the administration approves it.
For emergency use.
Okay.
Okay.
I think what we need to add here, though, is somewhere I think it would be good that, and I can work on this, is to have that or her approval of school administration, just to make sure, since it is a
think
policy.
so.
that we
Yeah,
have that in there.
I think so.
I would hate for someone to think that that they can't do that at that point in time for a situation. I'm glad that we've done this. I think that this is showing that we're giving our staff some trust and some.
So we can go ahead.
Professionalism?
Yeah.
We can go ahead and pass it first reading, and then Lori will bring back the corrections next meeting.
Do that.
Is there any
It'll
more?
still be, it'll still be passed in time for fall.
Right.
That'll be fine.
It's like. Go now because you have to work.
If you come back in June, if this is the first reading, and even with the correction, you don't have to bring it back for first reading with that correction. So you can bring it back in June for your second reading, and it will go into effect August 1st for those employees that, I mean, July 1st, then for those employees.
12 months.
Okay, good. You're gonna have to stay here and explain that to me again. Is there any more discussion?
I can become a policy consultant.
Okay, call for the question.
Tammy? Aye. Jack?
Aye.
Sherry Noyes?
Aye.
Sherry Wright?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Stacy?
Aye.
And Chris?
Aye.
Okay, discussion items. 21-22 preliminary budget discussion.
And this is where we go through line item by line item.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Can we go home? I'm sorry, I have a severe headache. Okay, Kyle, you're up.
All right, board members, superintendent, community. I presented in my packet, reports for 3 separate documents. The first one, 1 page. That's the general fund balance summary, with the proposed budget on the very right, with the blue marker at the top of the column. So this is the highest level of all the revenues we get for a general operating fund. I won't go into the details here because this is the whole district broken down into about 15 lines. The next page is the detail of all those revenues, kind of, again, high level, but broken down into revenue from local sources, revenue from intermediate, so county sources, revenue from state, revenue from federal sources, and then anything outside of what we just discussed. And if you look at the right, the numbers I presented last month in my presentation for property taxes, which is specific ownership taxes, and the state share are in there, exactly what we talked about last month. The rest of those numbers are based on projections and calculations and how much we spent this year and looking at the previous year, because that was more of a normal year than what last year was. So you'll see all those revenues like the interest, earnings on interest and investments and things like that. Those will be line items out there. And then if you look at the second page of that general fund revenue detail, you'll see the transfers that we make within the district and then the allocations to the charter schools. So what those are those are items that the district has historically budgeted out of the general operating that aren't necessarily a school, but it's a large part of what the district's doing. So for example, we set aside money for technology funds. So there's like a district fund to replace computers or Chromebooks or whatever we want to do there. So there's kind of a district level budget for that. We also have the activity funds for the middle school and the high school. So those are the monies that we transfer to support athletics activities at the high school and the middle school level. The capital projects fund, so our capital reserve that we allot every year. Again, we stuck with the $500,000 that we was I think approved last year, so we didn't change anything there. And then to the lunch fund, and then also the allocations to the charter. So that's the breakdown of the revenues. And the very last page is just expenditure details. So these are the budgeted expenditures or the proposed budget for next year, broken down by location and different departments. And so within this proposed budget, you see on the very right, the additions that are calculated in here are the additional liability that we approved going from 60 to 70 days. There's an additional step for all staff that we approved. There's the loss step that we approved. And then there's also, there's gonna be a minimum wage increase in January. And so what we've done is kind of put that into our salaries already so that we don't have to do it mid-year. It's kind of an incentive because it's really only affecting your minimum wage workers, but it also allows us to remain consistent through the year. So we're not trying to change things in the middle of the year. So all those are in there as expenditures. And then the only thing I'd also mention is this year, some things that we're going to see a lot different than last year is travel. We didn't spend any money last year in travel, so we can anticipate next year to spend a lot more. I shouldn't say a lot more, but what we would normally spend on a normal year, we can anticipate those to go back up. And then also self-insurance is probably going to go up a little bit. We have some different options we're looking at to try and reduce those costs. However, we are looking at having, just as kind of a safeguard, we're probably going to have to budget anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000 extra in our self-insurance fund to make sure that we can maintain that and pay our premiums for next year. But that's all included in that that expenditure amount there on the right. So with that, I'll sit or stand for questions. If there's anything we want to adjust or change, we have a little bit to do that. If anything comes here, if you see any red flags or anything, if you need additional information, we can definitely address that before the final is proposed next month.
I'm still wanting to know kind of where we are with the insurance question that I brought up a couple of meetings ago about trying to help our married families getting their families insured at the rate that we used to do that at.
We definitely still have that on the list, Stacy. What we're doing is dealing with a higher level right now as far as just addressing to make sure that our self-insurance fund is where it needs to be for next year. And then they're getting together at committee, I'm sorry, I'm starting to get a little brain dead, together to look at a variety of options like that. So I think.
And I would also mention, Stacy, that whenever the district was doing that, the premiums and the costs that we were paying are much lower than we.
Oh, yeah.
So one of the things that we were trying to look at doing and present is there's an increase from last year to this year, 100%. So just to give you some round numbers, this isn't exact, but Last year, it was about $800 that we needed to come up with between the district and employer, right? And that was what we needed. This year, that amounts more like 1,000. And so because we're in a fiscally sound place, we're looking at having a good rollover from this year. It might be, you know what I mean, a decision of the board to say, okay, well, that difference, well, maybe the district takes it on so that, and then maybe that's the incentive you're looking for in there. So we can, because at this point, it's much more expensive to try and to do more than that because the expense is already going up. If the expense was remaining the same, it might be something to be like, yeah, we can take a look at that and do it. But it's almost paying double for what you're asking for on anything else, if that makes sense. It's just that the self-insurance is fluctuating on the year prior. So we're already trying to make up for the expense difference this year and not have it affect any employees.
Okay. And typically, open enrollment happens in like October, November, and that's usually the time when if there's any plan changes, those get made at that time.
Okay. Any more? I advise you take it home, study it, so you can vote on it next month. Next, 21-22 Board of Education meeting schedules. It has been proposed that we meet twice a month. And then it was proposed that we do one meeting as a work session and discuss everything out and then do our board meeting and cut down the time in half. It is currently 11:01, so this would get us home much earlier if we did a work session one week and board meeting another week. So what's your, somebody talk?
I like that idea. I like that we would do it twice a month, one specifically for a work session. So if curriculum came in, we would have that more dive for those of us that do work or whatever. For budget discussion, for whatever discussion that would be needed, that we would have that dedicated for that. And then our board meeting then would be not 11 o'clock at night.
And we would be more prepared to vote on our action items.
Right, we wouldn't be sitting going, you know, we'd still be asking the questions during the work session, but when it comes to vote, it might just be a smoother process.
So if we did that, would it be like the first and third Tuesday? Second and fourth?
Well, I'd say first and third, just because I know like the city has their meetings. I mean, I don't like to.
They have it on the second, don't they?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
that's why.
Because there was a meeting tonight, I believe.
Is that something that we would need to do every month, or could we do it like every other month?
I would suggest that we do it every month, otherwise we get out of the habit.
Yeah.
And then maybe even with the new administration coming in, it might even be a little less. You know, kind of easing into it a little bit slower or a little at a time instead of.
I know it would have been really nice to have that schedule with the board. And even though it's the same amount of time, it's just the 2 meetings versus one, and I can tell you the amount of prep. I mean, I look at your board packet and I'm just like, oh my gosh.
I feel like I need to donate some paper.
I need to buy a Billy Goat to eat it.
You don't want my opinion.
No, because you're gonna stay another month.
It really is very difficult for the secretary to try to get this all ready and send it out on a Thursday. I mean, even to scan all of this, I mean, it is a lot of hours for the secretary to get it together. So it probably, just from my perspective, and having this, I think that the plan, the work session, and that would make things all the way around better.
Hopefully we'll have as many letters to be scanned and sent out next time.
Yeah.
So.
I would start doing the calendar, and so you have a calendar to vote on, whatever, but would you want this to start with the July meetings? I mean, June you would have one, but then you would want this to start with the new year.
Do we need to vote on it, or are you guys in agreement?
Well, not a concern, but question for me is, if we're gonna do a work session and then a full regular monthly board meeting, does that accelerate our decision-making process?
It could.
Right, because usually we have discussion items and then it's a month later where we take action on them, where it would only be like 2 weeks.
We have 2 weeks to mull it over and digest it and do our research. So it could speed it up.
Well, and I would not be opposed to if something did come up that needed to go on our agenda, that was more of a discussion and not an action, that we do give ourselves some leeway for that.
Yeah.
That change if we need to.
So what's the board's pleasure? Do you want to vote on it and bring it up to the next meeting as an action item, or do you want to nod?
We normally don't meet in July, correct?
We do not meet in July.
Okay.
So it would be August.
Should we vote on it next month then and begin?
And I think it would be more appropriate to vote on it.
Yeah, let's move it to the next, for next month.
Did you bring it up, Phyllis?
So you want to vote, you want to put as an action item, the 21-22 Board of Education meeting schedule. We'll put that on June.
Right. So you'll be here and understand that.
Make sure you leave a sticky note.
No, I'm trying to understand.
I'm making a list for that new secretary.
Which, yeah.
Hey.
You should put new desk. You need a new little roller desk for the new secretary.
We're gonna retire that desk with Phyllis. She gets to take it home.
Your antique.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
Okay, C, ESSER 3 grant development process.
Are we gonna go through the process or this?
I can kind of just, I can explain it.
That would
Yeah.
be nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we've done, or, go ahead.
All I was gonna say is when we were developing this process, it's really nice because it goes on to the priority-based budgeting. And more like with top half, what's district and then what schools and departments. So with that, I'll let Kyle take it.
So one of the things we wanted to do with ESSER 3, because we know that we're gonna be heavily monitored and audited with these funds, is we created kind of a similar process for the way we have to apply to the state. We kind of did a mini one at the district level, and we have different versions of what this application is gonna look like for schools, departments, and charters. And so what we've created is kind of a cover sheet explaining what the ESSER dollars are and why we're getting them. And then kind of a contact for every location so that we know who we need to be talking to. And then we created a separate document that has some allowable use buckets that we already know that ESSER is covered for. So some program ideas, if they're looking at hiring people, they all need to address these different requirements for the ESSER 3 requirements. So our plan is to send this out to the different locations, have them essentially apply and make sure that the money they're requesting is going towards something specific to where we can kind of look a couple of years later and say, okay, we implemented this and this is what we got out of it. We know all the expenses are going to be approved because we're only putting allowable uses on the application, so we shouldn't get any random invoices or requests for things that aren't going to fall within the allowable uses. And essentially, I think it'll make more sense so that when we get all these applications back, we can take into consideration what the allocations are going to be, what makes most sense at the district level, and then obviously board's input on what they see is being a piece of this ESSER funding to go forward and what they want to see out of it. So that's kind of where we're at, and we wanted to just bring it to your attention and make sure that you understood what we were doing going forward, so that we're kind of pre-planning and doing this going forward the right way, instead of just saying, okay, here's a per pupil dollar amount schools, here's what another bucket of money, and hopefully you spend it correctly. So we're trying to get in front of that.
So we at our CASB conference in December, there had a guest speaker that was phenomenal. Could we use ESSER funds to bring him in, like at the beginning of school, as a motivation?
I would say it might be better to look at something that we could spend ESSER money on in place of what we have budgeted operationally, and then say, okay, take that money and then do what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
We can look at the rural school, rural
Right,
fund too.
exactly.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be enough in general fund to auction this.
Okay, because he was so,
He
good.
was, yeah.
He was so good.
Have we contacted him to see what?
No, I'm going to Denver tomorrow, and I have an appointment with Sherry Wrench tomorrow to go stop and talk to her and remind her that we're in a rural situation, and I don't feel like Casby is taking care of us as well as they are the urban schools. So, does anybody have a disagreement with me on that?
No, because I hear it in the LRC.
You're hearing it there too, okay?
So I really like, Kyle spoke about the ESSER 2 funds with me this morning. And I just have to, again, just appreciate all his work with the buildings and administrators, not only in this building, but in all of our others, of just his due diligence of making sure that they understand where their money is, how they can use it, and better use the money by using purchase orders correctly.
Seriously?
Seriously. But just the way he's lining out and getting everybody's feedback is just beneficial, because then it helps us utilize the ESSER 2 funnies, oh my gosh, ESSER 2 monies and ESSER 3 monies to the fullest extent that we can. And I just appreciate that, how it's all lined out and clearly transparent.
Thank you, Kyle. Lori. Our last item. Calendar, school calendar for next year.
Board, I asked for that to be on because we did mention to keep the calendar, and I apologize for how it was written on the agenda. But it should say something as 22, 23, whatever school calendar, just to keep moving forward. And I put it there so we can talk about the how to use the ESSER 3 monies for the transportation audit. So it was already on the agenda. So just to kind of keep that in our forefront is really what this is going to be on our agenda. I'd like for it to stay that way, just so we can just have that conversation. Where are we? What does it look like? And then talking with Kyle again this morning, it'll be our best interest to wait till October count, so we have the complete scope of our pupil count. And then seeing where CDLS, where our online school, only 24 families are looking to go back into that.
Well,
We might have some of those students back in person,
Yeah.
so there might be a little bit more money. But at that point, we'd have a better scope of where we are. Then I'd hope to be able to, in November, put the transportation audit on as an action item, so we can move forward to see, okay, this is where we are with pupils, our students riding the buses. He's planning on, with Lena, getting a survey out to our parents to talk about, do you plan to send your child on the bus? You know, just to kind of get that knowledge out there.
Can we ask on that survey, how many times a week will you plan to send your child on the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How often does your child ride the bus?
Yeah.
Right.
So then, you know, we have a little better information when we have someone that says, why do you need more buses? You only have 4 kids on that bus every time I see them.
That's what I hear all the time.
And this is a reminder of what Kyle had said to us also about ESSER 3, to make purchases for the buses, we'd have to show a learning loss. So I think it was starting the day maybe earlier by 5 minutes or somewhere. There was a 5-minute gain in the day to show that the learning loss happened during COVID, which we all know it has.
There should be no question.
Just because it's Fed money, and they're going to be, this time around, it's going to be more clause in and be more accountable for what we are doing. So that's the reason why I have it on the agenda. No more than to, you know, can we go to a single route with this audit? Can we do a 4-day? And then after we find everything out, we find, no, we can't do a 4-day, 5-day, still the best interest for our students. That's all this is going to be.
How long does it take to schedule a bus audit and get done?
Board President, I don't know what I planned on doing, was looking at that this summer and seeing again, probably doing a request for a bid to see if we can get some different options on what they're gonna do. But we put the plan out, what we're expecting, and then get some other people in. That would be the transportation audit you're referring to. What we're trying to do just as a preliminary right now is put out a survey with some different questions to the ridership we have on file right now, and say, are you gonna come back next year? How many days of the week you riding the bus? How many students you have? Some different just kind of data gathering questions so that we can try to maybe look at some of the routes currently, if we can do it internally and fix it, so that by the time we do it in November, it's, we've done our due diligence on our side.
I'm thinking that I would like for us to be able to start some community forums, teach forums or something by the end of November, the 1st of December. I don't want to wait till the first of the year to start the community forums.
Kyle, did I hear you correctly that you said that it might be something that we could do internally? Not hire out this.
Well, no, I think we're gonna do our best with the numbers we have, right? Because obviously our survey isn't gonna be the October audit. So we just want to do the best we can internally, see what we can do with our current routes and see if we can make some of that better. And then the October or the transportation audit in November would really be, okay, this is real information we can use to buy buses or readjust the one route and things like that.
So the internal could help us go away from the consolidated stuff, so that's kind of little bit.
Right.
We're actually going away from those this year.
We're gonna, does that mean we're going back to the way it was before? Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause I
There's gonna be a lot of happy people.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, it may not be exactly what it was before, but it's not gonna be what it is now. And that's just because we set the calendar at the time, so we gotta work within those restraints. But it is gonna be different.
Okay.
Jack, are you ready to go?
Is there any more discussion? Okay, Phyllis, I think that Nancy presented us with some information, so we may want to put that on as a discussion item next month.
As discussion.
Mhm. Anything else that we need to put on the agenda for next time?
Maybe just that for the, and I know this is not on our school district because it was Dolores. The whole graduation on the same night thing again. Maybe it can make that a priority.
Are we really on the same?
Are we?
Yeah. Oh, that's not good.
But see, it was Dolores changed theirs. Because normally they're on Saturday.
Yeah.
Memphis is Sunday, we're Thursday. Okay, they're Thursday at
We've always been
6:30.
Thursday.
So I'm like, okay. So naturally, my nephew is graduating in Dolores, same night that we were having our graduation. So I just think that, if we can make that like with our new superintendent, like just to make sure like either the other, we just all need to sit down and make sure that we try not to do it at the same, if it's the same day, not at the same exact time.
Yeah, so we couldn't the same day do it in the morning or the afternoon.
Yeah, so so that's nothing that our district has done, but it's just
Okay.
I don't know.
Anything else?
Just unfortunate again.
Tammy?
I just have a question, on our policies, the JJAs and 1, 2, 3. I know we were looking to get a template. Are we looking to put this into first reading to look at revising those by keeping them according to the Access Act? And
Well, it seems like the board needs to have a discussion.
Do we want it as a discussion in June or do we want it as an action?
I think a discussion would be better.
Okay.
yeah,
I agree with you.
a discussion first before we go into taking any.
And then we can have the template at that meeting for the board to look at too.
I agree.
So what are we discussing? So that Phyllis can put it down.
JJ1 and JJ2.
Let me get my notes out here.
So you could just put non-curricular. clubs.
Non-curricular clubs.
Yeah, so that was JJ2.
Yeah.
And JJ2 are, I believe.
So for discussion, put JJA 1 and 2 and non-curricular clubs. Anything else?
I just wanted a really quick thank you for the cake and the card and all that stuff. And I can't say I'm gonna miss you because I don't know if that'd be true.
Longest meeting ever.
At the next meeting, I'll be in bed.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But I have enjoyed working with the board and being involved, and I do appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Yeah.
And Phyllis, make sure you take the cake and put it in the refrigerator.
I will, and the staff here tomorrow can enjoy it also.
Okay. Okay, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, get home, Jack.
Good night, everybody.